Okay, can everybody hear me okay? All right. Well, good morning. Happy Tuesday, everyone. Welcome to the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting for April 6th, 2021. I'm going to look to Supervisor Goldenberg to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, thank you all for being here, and those of you watching at home. I'm going to look to our board clerk to please read our public participation procedures, and then we'll move on with the agenda.
Good morning. In order to protect public health and the safety of our Tuolumne County citizens, the Board of Supervisors meeting will be physically closed to the public. During the board meeting, the citizens who wish to comment should be prepared to use a call-in line at 209-533-6581 to queue for verbal public comment. Public comment will be opened and closed individually for each agenda item listed below. If you wish to comment on a specific item, please call in when the board clerk has read the item. The chair will ask if there are any comments from the public, and at that time, your call will be taken in the order it has been received. The public comment time limit on each item is set for 3 minutes per speaker. The time limit does not apply to staff. Options for public access audio and video live streaming. The public will not have access for public comments through these media. These are available for audio and visual only. The Tuolumne County website at https://www.tuolumnecounty.ca.gov/745/board-meetings. Due to technical issues arising with the Granicus streaming system, we recommend the public view the board meeting via Zoom or Tuolumne Access Stream. Number 2, access Tuolumne County at www.accesstuolumne.org and click Watch Live and or Comcast Cable 8. Number 3 option is Zoom webinar via computer at https://zoom.us/j/98737385155 and or call in at 1-669-900-9128 with webinar ID 98737385155. Please note Zoom webinar services tend to have a reduced broadcasting delay in comparison to the county and Access Tuolumne live streams and is suggested for the closest to real-time viewing and listening. Important public notice under the Governor's Executive Order in 2520, this meeting will allow members of the Board of Supervisors to participate by teleconference and under Order in 2920, accessibility requirements. If you need swift special assistance during board meetings, please call 209-533-6581.
Okie dokie. A lot of good information in there. So thank you very much for that. We'll move on to our oral communications portion of the meeting. Our board values public participation and encourages community members to take this time to provide comment on matters of county interest. This section is for comment not related to items that are already on the agenda. The public comment time limit is 3 minutes per speaker, and it applies, the comment time limit of 3 minutes per speaker applies, and no action may be taken by the board on the topics discussed. Your board members are listening carefully to these comments and appreciate you taking the time to make a personal investment in our community. Okay, so are there any oral comments? Hello and welcome. You're on with the Board of Supervisors.
Yes, my name is Bruce Erickson, Certified Scientific Instruments. We build DNA and RNA synthesizers that are used by companies for making a lot of the COVID probes and things like that. We've spent roughly $5,000 with a particular lab in Michigan to do testing over this time period of the COVID-19, and we take this real seriously. I'll get to that later, but I just want to make one comment relative to an article published in mymotherlode.com on March 31st, where Pacific Gas and Electric said that they were hardening, quote, hardening Twain Harte against fire. That Twain Harte is a high fire district, making it a prime choice for a hardening project. That's not really happening. I talked to the ARCT people, and in fact, they're not putting in hardening poles. They're putting in more wooden poles because they ran out of the steel and the composite poles. And I'd like to see the county do something to force PG&E to think about actually doing something for us in terms of the fire danger and perhaps putting things underground. It evidently costs about $15,000 per house on average, and I've already lost that much in terms of my business in the Soulsbyville area, having to put in generators, et cetera, not counting a loss of work time. Secondly, I emailed all of you on the board some information from the CDC regarding the COVID-19 integrated county view. We're already in the yellow moderate range now, and that is because I think the health board has done an excellent job of getting the vaccine into people and is actually making a significant difference. So I wanted to encourage you guys to go and look at COVID tracker data on the CDC, and I sent you some links to that, along with a summary of just how efficacious are these COVID shots. And if you guys have each gotten your 2 shots and you let people in who have had 2 jabs, then you can let people into the meetings now, and we don't have to have a lot of this business going on where we're masking up, et cetera. So that's my 2 cents worth for today, and wish I had more time to talk with you. Gotta run. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Are there other oral communications? Hello, you're welcome. You're on with the board.
Good morning. This is Leonidas Russell, and I'm president of the League of Women Voters of the Mother Lode. And as you recall, the League is a nonpartisan organization. We do not support any political party or any political candidate. We are merely interested in issues that are important to our community and to our members. And as such, we have an observer corps headed by Jane Braga. And the purpose of the observer corps is merely that, to observe any county or city governmental meeting, make notes of any issues that are important to our community and to our members. We sat in when we were able to meet in person, but just want to let you know that we have been watching and making notes of issues that are important during the pandemic. Thank you so much for your work, and we hope that we will be able to continue our work as a part of the Observer Corps and develop a study of an issue that we will support and report back on for our members. Thank you again for your work. Bye.
And thank you very much, Leonidas, and thank you for all of the work that the League of Women Voters does in Tuolumne County to spread information about our public resources and voting. Is there any other oral communication? Okay, I'm getting the head shake. So I will close the public comment portion of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting. I will now open up the portion of the meeting set aside for staff reports. Are there any staff reports today? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. I'm just here to let your board and the public know that this Thursday on April 8th from 6 to 7:30, we are having a climate action plan workshop. The climate action plan has been in the works for a number of months now and overall identifies greenhouse gas emissions, reduction strategies, as well as adaptation strategies. I do understand that there are other public meetings being held that night and workshops, and so as always, this event will be taped and will be available to be viewed from our website. You do need to register to attend the event to RSVP, and so if anyone is interested who hasn't received information on it, they can just give me a call at 533-5961, and we'll make sure to get them the link so that they can register for the event. And also on our planning webpage, at the county's webpage, is a link to the climate action plan with links to and past events, past documents, and then we'll be posting this one on there as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dory Beats, Office of Emergency Services Coordinator. Just want to take a quick moment to mention the Firewise program, which encourages local solutions by involving homeowners and taking individual responsibility for preparing their homes from the risk of wildfire. We have a booth set up as a part of a grant that we received through CAL FIRE CCI to help educate and support the formation of Firewise communities within Tuolumne County. I would like to give a special acknowledgement and thank you to our staff member from OES and CAO staff office, Tracy Williams, who's worked very hard to help set that up. And then we will also have a booth set up next Tuesday, April 13th from 10 to 3 at the Courthouse Park about Firewise. And we encourage the public to join us and learn about how we can prepare better for wildfire. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Morning. Eric Aiken, Library and Recreation Manager. This week is actually National Library Week, and today is actually National Library Workers Day. So I just wanted to come and recognize and acknowledge my staff over at the library and thank them for the tireless work they've done in getting our libraries back open. Normally, in normal times, I'd be inviting all of you in the community out to the libraries for all the fun events and activities we'd be doing, but unfortunately with COVID, we're still not able to do that. However, we're glad and thankful that we're actually open because last year at this time we were closed. So the theme this year is Welcome Back to Your Library, which is kind of fitting, which leads me to my second point, that we have reopened both the Tuolumne and Twain Harte branches of the library. As of right now, the Twain Harte branch is open every Tuesday from 10 to 2, Thursdays from 2 to 6. The Tuolumne branch Wednesdays from 2 to 6 and Fridays from 10 to 2. And as we start to go down lower in tiers and the restrictions become less and less, we are looking for new ways to expand those hours and offer more programs and activities for our community. And I'd like to thank my staff again for the effort over the last year and the hard work in finding creative ways to offer library services in these tough times, whether it's curbside service or online story times, finding safe ways to get people in and out of the library. So they've done a great job, and I'd really like to recognize and thank them for that. So, thank you.
Thank you, and please thank all of the hardworking people over there. Any other staff reports? All right, not seeing anybody pop up, so we'll go ahead and close staff reports. I'll turn again to our board clerk. Could you please take us to our consent calendar and read the items we have there today?
Approving the minutes of March 16th and March 19th, 2021 meetings. approving the plan, specifications, and bid book for contract number 1679 intersection improvement to Parrots Ferry Road and SR 49, and issuing a call for bids to be due on May 6, 2021 at 2 p.m. Approving the appointment of Emily Valentine, Penny Ablin, and Jennifer Pastroni to the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Advisory Board. Approving designation of the second alternate to the Rural County Representatives of California Environmental Services Joint Powers Authority as Solid Waste Director Jim McCaig. Approving the appointment of Elena Linham as the discretionary appointment to the Tuolumne County Local Child Care and Development Planning Council for a term to expire June 30, 2022, and accepting the resignation of Stacy Hudson from the Tuolumne County Child Care Planning Council, and directing the board clerk of the Board of Supervisors to post a notice of vacancy and send a letter of appreciation. Approving Resolution 2121 regarding Board of Supervisors rules of conduct related to the meet and confer process with labor unions, representatives, and employees. Number 7, approving an agreement between Valley Children's Hospital and the County of Tuolumne clinical staff to be granted access to electronic health records for clients of California Children's Services Program through the CareLink system. Number 8, approving a $13 annual fee for fiscal year 21-22 to administer and defend Chapter 5.28 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, control of rents in mobile home parks. Number 9, approving an amended agreement with Yosemite College District for fire services in the amount of $150,000 and authorizing the chair to sign. Number 10, approving a letter in support of Assembly Bill 14, the Internet for All Act of 2021.
Okay, so I'd like to pull item 6 from the consent calendar. Would any other board member like to pull an item for further discussion? Okay, no one wants to pull. Okay, any comments on the consent calendar as written? Supervisor Goldenberg?
Yes, thank you. Just wanted to briefly comment on item number 3, the appointments of Emily Valentine, Penny Albin, and Jennifer Pastorini onto the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. They do such fantastic work, and I'm just really glad to see that we've got some more members on there. And I'm looking out to Michael. Does that fill the board at this time? Okay, well, it's great to see, that we got some new members on there. So thank you.
Supervisor Brandon?
Thank you, Chairman Campbell. Just wanted to reiterate Supervisor Goldenberg's comments. I think coming into this position at the beginning of the year, this was a committee that had, maybe 10 or more open positions. And we have been actively recruiting and talking to people who are passionate about this and joining in. I'm really proud to say that I think we're only two spots from having a full committee. We're looking at mentorship. We're looking at training processes to make sure that this is the best behavioral health advisory board it can be in, I think, providing advice and, working on some of these issues as well, along with Director Wilson. So I'm really proud of Emily Valentine, Penny Ablin, and Jennifer Pastorini for applying, for hopefully being future members, and we're still looking for 2.
Okay. Any other comments on the consent? I just had one about item 5. I just wanted to reiterate thanking Stacy Hudson for her really great work with the Tuolumne County Child Care Planning Council, and just really highlighting the great work that group does. And we're sorry to see her go, but the other thing I wanted to mention was Elena Linehan is going to be a great addition to that group, and we're very happy to see folks stepping up and trying to improve child care options in our county, which is it's always a struggle for working families to find that. And so if you look into the work that the local child care planning council does, I think you'll find that they do a lot of good things. So thank you to Stacy, and then also thank you to Elena. Okay, so minus item 6, do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar
I'll make
as
a motion
written?
to approve the consent calendar.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Kirk. Do I have a second? I didn't catch where that came from. Okay, motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Brandon. Call for the vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry. Oh, I apologize. I neglected to ask for public comment. Do we have any public comment on the consent calendar? And I'm so sorry for overlooking that. Okay, so no, we do not have public comment. All right, so just backing up a step, we did have a motion by Supervisor Kirk and a second by Supervisor Brandon. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. Okay, Clerk, would you please read item 6 once more?
Approving Resolution 2121 regarding Board of Supervisor rules of conduct related to the meet and confer process with labor unions, representatives, and employees.
Okay, so I pulled this because we added some language to the resolution, and I just wanted to highlight it. I'd heard from a couple of folks that were concerned that this was somehow limiting public engagement with the board, and I just wanted to really emphasize the fact that this is narrowly tailored to a very specific bargaining process that counties go through. And it really, the purpose of even having a resolution like this at all is to codify and solidify a policy that this board has been acting under in an unofficial capacity already. And it's one of the things that I'm really proud about this board is that we're putting things down on paper to make our policies and procedures transparent so that the public has an opportunity to know why we take actions in the way we do. You know, any member of the public or labor groups, anybody in the community can still communicate with board members. It doesn't prevent that. It outlines the process that the board will take during this bargaining process. And I think it's narrowly tailored in a way to do that. And we did add one element to it that I'll go ahead and read. It says this resolution is specific to employee bargaining only and does not prevent board members from engaging in discussions with employees or members of the public on non-bargaining matters, which that's basically what I just said. So I'll just see, is there any other comment from board members on this item? Okay, Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you, Chairman Campbell. Wanted to say in relation to this that I appreciate the new language being added to this. In looking at a document in related to how we operate and conduct ourselves in negotiating with labor, there's a few things that are very important to me. One is that the public has unabridged access to their elected representatives in being able to contact us, whether they're in a union or not, and same goes with the press. It's also that we're able to, on important issues, speak back to them to be able to inform them. And the last is that we're doing so, I think, in the spirit of collaboration and partnership. For the first two, I think that Section 8 does address that, and I appreciate that. There is still one concern that I have, which is related that this was put forward onto the agenda without notifying our labor bargaining partners, as far as I am aware and asked about. And I feel like this is something that, even if the comment may have been no, and we might have been surprised it could have been yes, that's something that, especially when there are negotiations going on, would have been, I think, a sign of good faith to encourage that. For that reason, I would like to see it tabled until we can be able to solicit feedback from our various bargaining units. This is something that I think does not have an urgency to it, and I think it'd be important, even if it's good to go, or if there are feedback and criticism we can't take into it, to at least allow space for that.
Okay, other comments from board members? Supervisor Kirk?
Are we in bargaining right now?
Yes.
Okay. So the way I read this is it's us saying how we're going to conduct ourselves during bargaining. And we are in bargaining. And so I don't have a problem moving forward. I think it's kind of like Supervisor Campbell said, it's putting on paper. This is just how we're going to conduct ourselves, put it out there, be transparent. Now that we're in bargaining, we have a process, follow the process. Unless anybody else has any comments, I'll make a motion on it.
Supervisor Goldenberg?
Yeah, I feel the same way as Supervisor Kirk. We're in bargaining. You know, we have this, and it is essentially the rules that we as board members, you know, will agree to. And so I feel that it's important that we have out there. I also am glad that we got the clarification, adding that language. I think that was important. I had some contact with people that were concerned about it as well, so I think that was important to do. With that said, I would like to second the motion.
Okay. Supervisor Heff?
Well, until we actually vote on this, we don't have anything to share with the labor unions. It's just a concept, and maybe that's what Supervisor Brandon was mentioning, but this is something that I feel, you know, is important for us to do to set the stage for how we're going to conduct ourselves. So I kind of agree. In fact, I do agree that this should be done now rather than waiting. We are giving notice to the labor unions by enacting this resolution. And until then, we don't have a resolution. So there's nothing to tell them until we do. Thank you.
Okay, is there a comment from the public? Okay, no comment from the public. So I do have a motion by Supervisor Kirk and a second by Supervisor Goldenberg. So I think I'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Abstain?
Abstain.
Okay. So I have a motion passes. 4 yeses, 0 noes, 1 abstention. Okay. So from there, we'll move on to our 9 o'clock appointment.
Presentation and planning status update on the novel coronavirus, COVID-19.
Good morning, Chairman Campbell, sorry. Members of the board, Ms. Curio, Ms. Riggs. My name is Rebecca Spino, Health and Human Services Agency Director. After almost 14 months, our community is finally able to see there is light at the end of this horrific tunnel. The reduction of COVID cases has decreased steadily and rapidly, moving us from the most restrictive purple tier to almost the least restrictive orange tier. Hopefully soon, your public health department will be able to start scaling down COVID operations as more and more residents gain access to vaccine. However, behavioral health, your other Health and Human Services Agency department, will be ramping up operations. The impact of 14 months of isolation has left members of our community longing for mental health and/or substance use support and services. In response to this growing need, next month, and in conjunction with Mental Health Awareness Month, your Behavioral Health Department is planning a series of virtual town hall meetings to ensure our residents are well informed about the services and supports available in our community. But today, your public health team will provide information about the medical aspects of COVID and COVID recovery. You will see that Dr. Sergenko is not here with us today because he is wearing one of many hats that he wears, and he is teaching a fire class today. So.
Here we go. Good morning. Michelle Jaquetta, Public Health Director. So yeah, we were missing Dr. Serjenko, but Christina and I will be here to make our presentation and answer as many questions as we can. So first of all, just a brief overview of cases. As you can see, since our last board meeting, we do continue to see new cases within the United States and California and in Tuolumne County, and additional deaths as well. However, we do see cases continuing to decline, as Rebecca mentioned, and leveling off, and also seeing fewer hospitalizations, which is great. We had one at last board meeting, and we have one Tuolumne County resident hospitalized at this time. This is a snapshot of our dashboard, which is probably familiar to most, as we share this in our daily updates for new cases that are reported. We've added the number of vaccine doses that have been administered, as well as those who are hospitalized and active cases, and you'll see the ticker there showing us in the orange tier. This is a graph of cases statewide and deaths statewide. Again, you will see that steep increase that we saw starting in December, and then declining, and then you'll see that little blip at the bottom where we're kind of leveling off. Instead of going all the way down, we are down there, but then kind of leveling off. Let's see here. Oh, that's on this slide. So as Rebecca mentioned, we are in the orange tier. As the case rates continue to decline, and we are seeing more and more folks in California get vaccinated. Only 3 counties remain in the purple tier, many in the red, and some along with Tuolumne County in orange, and 2 counties in yellow. So, and I think Christina's going to talk.
Just adding on to what Shelley said, regionally within our Yosemite Gateway Area Coordination Team, we are seeing that same trend as a region with downward cases and kind of leveling off. Most of our surrounding counties are also sitting at red or orange tier as well. Let's see here. On this one, you can see our case rate for last week for the blueprint was 3.3 cases per 100,000. The new case rates do come out today, and we expect a possible slight decrease when those come out this afternoon. Just a reminder about testing, because we are just off of a lot of post-spring break travel and gatherings and spring fever. To date, 85,301 tests have been conducted. Of note on this slide is that the Motherlode Fairgrounds testing site days have changed from Sunday through Thursday. The same operating hours at 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. We still have the Groveland site opened, and our communications team has developed some new promotional materials to increase use and promote continued use of that, so we can keep that asset here in Tuolumne County. Walk-ins are still available, but appointments are strongly encouraged. As always, we recommend testing 5 days after last contact outside of your household bubble, or if you've traveled elsewhere with higher case rates or out of the state. There is new travel guidance that was released on April 2nd from CDPH, which the highlights are if you are doing any non-essential travel to keep it within the state. So they have removed that, I think it was 120-mile distance. And so just recommending if you do travel for non-essential reasons, keep it within the state. And if you do go out of the state, do testing before and then testing when you get back after 3 to 5 days after you get back. Again, I would add a little bit to that it's still recommended for those who work with the public and to continue doing surveillance testing every 14 to 28 days. And that testing continues to be a very important part of our response to demonstrate adequate level of testing for surveillance and identification of new cases, and to maintain our low test positivity rate. And I'll talk a little bit about that when we get to more information on the blueprint. So moving on to the vaccine plan. This chart you'll see is a little bit different than what we shared before. This is that same number that we shared on the data dashboard with the 30,340 doses having been administered to Tuolumne County residents and workers. And that was as of April 4th. As of April 2nd, at least 17,400 folks have received their first dose, and
over 10,000 people have been fully vaccinated. It's certainly more than that now, and they're having our EPI team start working to pull this, extract that data between first doses and fully vaccinated folks on a weekly basis. So we'll have updated information on that going forward. So what that translates to is at least 38% of our adult population has received their first dose, and almost a fourth of the adult population is completely vaccinated. So we are making great strides. We still have some way to go to get to that, what Dr. Surjenko has mentioned, that 70 to 75% goal, but we are getting there. And on that note, in Tuolumne County, we are vaccinating everyone who is eligible for the vaccine, and that is anyone 16 and over can receive the Pfizer vaccine. Anyone 18 and over can get the Moderna or the Johnson & Johnson, or what's called the Janssen vaccine. Our vaccine equity plan includes coordinating with our partners and our team to provide vaccinations to our most vulnerable populations, and that includes people who are experiencing homelessness, who are homebound, those who are incarcerated, people who are in a congregate living setting. And we have started up in March some mobile vaccination efforts to meet those needs, and those are ongoing. And the Janssen vaccine, we only received a small amount of that. We received 200 doses several weeks ago, and that's all we've received, and we don't know when, if, or how much we will receive more. I know a lot of people are asking about that, but we don't know when we will get more, or if, or when, or how much. So that small amount of vaccine is being utilized in many of these situations to address vaccine equity for those who are at greatest risk for not being able to get their second dose. Again, you have Pfizer, Moderna, and on a limited basis, the Janssen vaccine. And who is vaccinating? We have more providers now. We have CVS, Rite Aid, Safeway, Save Mart, the Groveland and Twain Hart pharmacies, and Adventist Health, the Tuolumne, Miwok, Matheson, and MACT clinics, and of course the public health.
So we continue to monitor variants of the virus throughout the state and the country. The CDC identifies 3 types of variants. There's a couple listed there on the slide, but it basically falls into 3 categories: variants of interest, variants of concern, and variants of high consequence. At this time, the CDC has not defined any variants of high consequence on their list, but we will stay apprised of any updates should that come up. We do stay up to date with any of the variants circulating in California or near our region through genomic surveillance and EPI updates we receive from the state. We do know that B1429 and B1427 do have a slightly higher transmissibility rate, and then we do have our eye on B117. So that being said, we do encourage everyone to get their vaccine when it's their turn. There is a level of protection offered against these strains with all 3 of the vaccines being circulated on the U.S. market. So when it is your time, we encourage you to get it. We do know that this is coming and this is in the future. We may have to address the variants, but we do know at least one of them, the B117, have been tested against the South African strain, and that one is the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. So pass it on over to Shelley.
Just to remind everyone the benefits of getting vaccinated. It prevents illness for yourself and those around you, hospitalization and death. It mitigates those mutation and variants that Christina just talked about. If we can beat the variants, that's what we're looking to do. Reduce the spread and burden of disease in the community, and decrease some restrictions. As we've seen already, and we'll probably be seeing more of, if you can show that you're fully vaccinated, some activities will be allowed, and it will be a little bit easier to travel, both domestically and abroad. Okay.
I apologize, I misspoke. It was B1351 that was tested against the Johnson & Johnson. It's a lot of numbers when you name the COVID viruses. We will be switching to the My Turn platform. So previously, to sign up for one of Public Health's clinics, you would call our office or sign up on our vaccine interest form. We would give you a call and schedule you. Beginning this week, depending on state coordination and finalization of some software on the back end of this platform, we will be activating it, I think today, hopefully, and then we will be deactivating our interest form by Thursday. So if you are interested in getting our vaccine at one of our clinics, we encourage everyone to sign up on the My Turn platform at myturn.ca.gov. If you don't have computer access or don't have the ability to access the website, you can also call at 833-422-4255, and there are multiple languages available for those who may need that. We will still be screening for any severe allergic reactions prior to our clinics. When you sign up, they will ask you those questions, and then we will also give you a call if you have listed that you have any severe allergies. We will also still be requiring proof of residency or employment in Tuolumne County at this time, just to make sure that we are getting vaccines out to our community when we go to My Turn.
And again, I know there's questions of, well, what if I've already put my name in on the Tuolumne County Public Health list? And we have reached out to nearly everyone on there, but if there's some that continue to go on, we'll make sure that we have reached out to everyone on that list before we turn it off and move straight to My Turn. Okay, so some more about the blueprint. This is a snapshot of that tool. There's the link on the right to the dimmer, well, they called it the dimmer framework tool. Well, now it's activity and business tiers that show many of the different sectors and activities that are allowed in the different tiers. And it was updated on April 2nd with a lot of changes that will go into effect on April 15th. Primarily those with gatherings and events. And you'll see that that's the snapshot of the first page right there, and that on April 15th, additional people will be allowed to gather outdoors, and in some instances and in some tiers, some gatherings indoors, even though that is still highly discouraged. So I recommend that everyone that's interested download that document, and it is updated. The same link will take you to updated documents. You don't have to go hunting for the new one, and keep that on hand to see what the changes are among the tiers. As mentioned earlier, we are in the orange tier, as we met the metrics for the orange tier 2 weeks in a row. And as we, as a state, continue to administer vaccine and advance in what the state's calling the vaccine equity metric, those tier metrics will change again. So what you can see there, I guess it's kind of small to read there, but when we met 2 million vaccines, doses were administered in what's called the Healthy Places Index, quartile 1. Those in areas that are most disadvantaged as far as socioeconomic status and other health indicators, the metrics changed to allowing case rate of up to 3.9 for the orange tier. And what we'll see on the bottom there is when California has reached 4 million vaccine doses administered in that lowest quartile, the metrics change once again. And the state does anticipate that we will meet that 4 million vaccine dose mark today. And so the metrics that will be announced today, the new data, will be based on that 4 million mark. And you'll see there that orange then changes to a case rate of 2 up to 5.9. So that's a little bit more lenient as far as case rate, and test positivity rate remains the same. And you'll see there that yellow previously had to be less than 1 daily new case per day, which is really low. And that changes to less than 2 of a case rate to move to yellow. I did want to point out again that the test positivity does still remain the same, at being less than 2% for us to move. So even if a county, again, meets the yellow for case rate, but the test positivity is high, you get placed in the tier that's the higher. So again, reminding the importance of testing and making sure that, you know, we're not just testing the sick folks, but that we're doing an adequate amount of testing. And our positivity rates have been really good at like 1.2, 1.3. So we want to ensure that that stays the same, and we keep those down. So looking forward to continued decrease in case rates and getting closer to yellow. Again, there was a link that we sent in the daily update, I believe yesterday, on updated CDPH guidance. There's links there for the updated travel advisory that Christina mentioned. That link to more information on gatherings and activities that will be allowed, and that link to the blueprint activity and business tiers once again.
And Shelley probably already mentioned it, but the second bullet point there on gatherings and activities would be effective on April 15th.
Yeah, and we're going to be reviewing the documents. As you all know, the state continues to make updates and changes very frequently, and so we'll be continuing to review all this, and as new updates keep coming, and provide messaging to the public on what that means. We know that spring and summer have a lot of folks are anxious to, have some things start happening and want to do that within the guidelines, and we're happy to provide assistance with that. So, Dory.
Good morning again. Hello. Oh, there we are. Okay. Good morning. So a little bit about our communications and information. If we go to the next slide. Thanks, Christina. We continue to have our weekly press briefings with our local folks, which again, I think is providing a lot of good information and an opportunity to ask questions as the week progresses. We also want to encourage folks, if you have a specific public information question to public health, that we have a PHPIO at ceo.tuolumne.ca.us email that we get and we respond to. We will continue our monthly COVID information nights, and our next one is tomorrow night, April 7th from 6 to 7 p.m. It is also going to be a Microsoft Teams, but if you go to the Tuolumne County Office of Emergency Services website under COVID updates, there is a link to that, and we also have been pushing that out on both public health and Tuolumne County social media, so we hope to have a lot of opportunities to answer questions to the public. And also, too, we want to mention coming soon a monthly series beginning next month, mental health virtual town hall that will be held as well, that I think is important as we continue to get through COVID as a community. Next slide. Here is a link to all of the different information, dashboard, our Facebook page, our website, vaccine information, volunteer information, also some data and tools, the blueprint, and our community resources portal. And last but not least is obviously the famous phone number of 533-7440, which is our Tuolumne County Public Health call center. And we continue to still receive calls daily asking for multiple things, but there's information that can be answered and directed for those interested from the public. So thank you.
Thank you.
So just as a reminder, how we can continue on that path to the yellow and lower disease transmission in Tuolumne County. Get vaccinated when it's your turn, and pretty much it's everybody's turn right now, and vaccination is our pathway forward. So thanks for all those who have done so already, and we do have appointments available. I encourage everyone to make an appointment when you can. Continue to wear the face covering, maintain 6 feet of physical distance, minimizing the contact with people outside your household, washing your hands, stay home if you're sick, isolate and quarantine if you're instructed to do so, and continue to get tested. These things will be important to keep our case rates down. And again, as Dory mentioned, there's our public health phone numbers, 533-7401, or our call center, 533-7440, or health@tuolumnecounty.ca.gov, and there's a link there again for appointments for COVID testing. That's the end of our presentation, and happy to try to answer questions if you have any.
Thank you very much for that. So I'll look to the board first. Any questions? Supervisor Goldenberg.
Hi, thanks again for presentations. They're very valuable, and I continue to encourage people to listen in on these board meetings to get the information. I had a couple of questions. You little over 17,000 first doses, 10,000 fully vaccinated. So by those numbers, it would appear maybe around 1st of May, we might have roughly 50% of the county. We'd have about 27,000 or so, give or take a few days maybe.
Yeah, once we can catch up with the data, it should, we should be closer to 50% of the adult population at least getting their first dose, and then we have to wait 4 weeks to get your second dose, so there's a little bit of a lag there, but certainly by mid-May or late May, we hope to see those numbers greatly increase now that we're vaccinating anyone 16 and older.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. The other one, that it's been in the news a lot recently is the concept of the vaccine passports. And people are, as they start looking to travel, they're interested in that. And I was just curious whether or not our health department folks had any interaction, how would that data officially get into somebody's system? Has anybody reached out to you guys as of yet?
I'm not aware of any of conversations in that regard. Like I mentioned in one of the slides, I think that there will be or already are in place verification. If you can show verification that you've been fully vaccinated, you can. That's required to fly over to Europe, and then some of those things will likely, if they're not already in place, for domestic flights and things like that. So I don't know if it's a passport so much as just at least having verification. And those who have been vaccinated know you get a little card and it shows your shot, and then it shows your second shot, unless you got the J&J. And then that's your verification that you've been vaccinated. And some of those things are likely to be, and I believe are in some of the guidance. Again, I have to dig a little bit deeper into the updated guidance, but for the gatherings and the events and receptions and graduations and things like that, that will require like either advanced reservations or a guest list. And some of that may include, you can sit in this certain area or have these certain things inside if you can show that everyone present has been fully vaccinated. And so those are things that will be important to, increasing activity and things that we can do a little bit safer once we're all fully vaccinated.
Okay. Yeah, I guess the concern and why some, groups of airlines are looking at it and some different countries is the concern over fraud. If somebody duplicates, these little cards, it wouldn't be hard to make one look like that. So that's why I was just kind of asking about that, if that's something that's, looked at.
There is, once you get your vaccination, it does go into an online registry. And so there is a digital record. And so we've had folks lose their card or misplace them or spill coffee on them. And so I imagine if the airlines and things do that, there will be some type of link up to that registry to kind of circumvent the fraudulent cards. And, I lose cards all the time. So that'll probably happen. And so we do have that as a backup. I don't know what that will look like yet. And we'll update your board as soon as we find out.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Kirk.
It wasn't a question, but just a clarification. The passport idea, that would be a state push, right? That wouldn't be a county thing. It would be a state. Okay. Yes. So I was hoping Dr. Serjenko would be here, but obviously he's not. So I'll have to email him. But it's kind of back to the same question that I had a few times in just statement, which is, I feel like we're coming to the herd immunity point in the next few months. I'm not going to disclose people's personal information, but I had COVID. People around me have COVID. People around me in this room have been vaccinated. So I'm wearing this just out of a good gesture, but I know from the information I know that I don't need to be wearing this right now. So I'm just curious from the doctor when we're able to speak with him, at what point can we be realistic about the numbers, about people who have been vaccinated, people who have contracted the virus, and when are we going to open up board meetings? Because like I said, I'm wearing this as a good gesture, but I don't need to because I know who's been vaccinated around me, and I know who's also had the virus. So I think the numbers are great. I'm glad we're heading in the right direction, but I just also want to keep this conversation going because we're going to have to face reality, some points of reality soon. So that's all I have to say, but thank you guys for what you do, and thank you for the presentation.
So that brings up a question. Is there a reason for a person who has had COVID-19 and recovered to continue wearing a mask?
That's still part of the guidance. It's in a lot of the guidance documents to continue wearing masks because of variants. And with the vaccinations, they're not 100%. they're pretty great, but they're not 100%. So, but again, things are changing and changing pretty rapidly. I think the state will be announcing some information on, what the green tier will look like or beyond the blueprint. And, I don't know when masking will be, taken off the table.
Yeah.
It's one of the non-pharmaceutical interventions or the things that we can do that are proven to reduce respiratory illness and disease. So I can't say right now, like if I know when the masks will come off, but, and again, Dr. Surjenko might be able to share a little bit more detail about that, but for right now, we're still recommending that they're worn for, again, because vaccines aren't 100%, but they're very good, and we're getting close. And like you mentioned, as some of this, the indoor gatherings that are allowed, masking will probably certainly be on there. Perhaps the outdoor things will be less, less restrictive. So, but,
Yeah, and Supervisor Kirk, I guess since we're kind of on the subject, we can talk about it a little bit. We've been in constant discussions, with the CAO and with public health about opening up board meetings, and it's something that nearly every day we talk about. And so it's been the fear is that we would open up a board meeting and then the infection rate would raise and then we'd have to close it again. And so that was the thing that why we're taking kind of a cautious approach to it. But right now, the plan, the informal plan that we're tacitly going on is that we're hoping to have the board meetings open by the first meeting in March.
May.
Or excuse me, May. Yeah, so another 11 months. No, so yeah, no, first meeting in May, so next month. Or if we enter the yellow tier, whichever comes first. And that's sort of the plan that we've been working on internally now. And so I feel comfortable talking about it. Now, of course, that's still subject to change. If we did have an immediate spike or the worst happened, we might have to revisit it. But that has been the plan that we've talked about internally moving forward. Supervisor Half.
Yeah, hi. I would like to ask all of you that talk to the state from public health or social services to push for not just vaccinated people, but for when they're talking about these passports, push for the people, they've got it in their registry, how many people have had COVID. They have natural herd immunity, and they should be included in this. And I feel very strongly about this, that it's not just the vaccinated people. Long ago, before we had vaccinations, that's how you got immunity. You had it. And so I would really like you to stress that and see what you can work out with the state to push for that. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from board members? Okay, any public comment? Okay, I'm getting that head shake. Okay, so I'll go ahead and close public comment. This is an informational item only, correct? Correct. Okay. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll say thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and move on to item number 11. I'll look for, this is in our proclamations and commendations section, and clerk, would you please read that item for us?
Consideration of adopting Resolution 2221 proclaiming April 2021 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in Tuolumne County.
All right, and do we have somebody presenting on this today? Okay, do we want to go ahead and move on to, let's see, should we move on to item 13 since I know we have folks Are you here for the, okay. So we can move on and skip ahead and come back to it if you'd like. Okay, all right, so we'll go ahead and do that. So let's move to, because I think item 12 also has somebody that we're trying to reach. Oh, okay. So we'll go ahead and move on to item 12. That's great. Clerk, would you please read that item for us?
Consideration of adopting Resolution 2321, proclaiming April 2021 as Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Campbell, rest of the board. Michelle Clark, Department of Social Services. I am here today to request your board's approval to proclaim April 2021 as Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month. Children across the nation are abused at an alarming rate. 1 in 4 children experience abuse and neglect in their lives. The most severe health and social problems in our nation are a consequence of adverse childhood experiences. Children experiencing ACEs are more likely to experience lower reading ability, higher rates of unemployment, higher rates of mental health issues and suicide attempts, higher likelihood of perpetrating future abuse, and criminal activity. Everyone has a responsibility in preventing child abuse. Just like other functions in life, sometimes parents need encouragement and guidance, and there may be opportunities to be a light when times may be a little dark. Children and families need the support of their communities more than ever, especially as our nation begins to emerge from this devastating health crisis and the added stressors parents have endured. As a community, if we prioritize the well-being of Tuolumne County's children by empowering and uplifting parents and strengthening families, we unearth the possibility of healthy development of the next generation. With our help, these children can grow into adults who will be productive, responsible members of society who contribute positively to our community. This year, the theme for raising awareness is Thriving Children and Families, Prevention with Purpose. With that said, I would like to highlight the incredible innovative work being done in Tuolumne County that emphasizes purposeful prevention. In Tuolumne County, there's a robust network of partners already engaged in bringing prodigious, promising, innovative practices and programs that are building a bountiful, safe community for our children. To highlight a few, our local Child Abuse Prevention Council, now referred to as the Tuolumne Resiliency Coalition, brings awareness to the public all year long through educational opportunities, mini grants for programs that provide education and support services related to increasing parenting skills, early development screening of children, and outreach services such as home visiting and the provision of professional development in trauma-informed care in our education systems and our foster care system. Another is the opening of the Children's Advocacy Center, where a team of professionals serve victims of sexual and physical abuse to safeguard and protect children from further abuse through skillful forensic services, investigations, and criminal prosecutions, and advocacy, and ongoing professional development through comprehensive ongoing trainings. Our Child Welfare Services Agency operates a family visitation center that not only provides meaningful, strength-based and empowering visitation services for families in reunification, but has also become integral in promoting prevention and providing prevention services such as the Road to Resiliency Program, a partnership among the Children's Family Visitation Center, the Miwok Tribal Council, and Infant Child Enrichment Services that promotes strengthening families through engagement, empowerment, and prevention to offer support to mothers of children 1 year or younger and pregnant mothers who struggle with substance addiction. We also provide differential response services, a strategy that allows a child welfare agency to respond in a more flexible manner to reports of child abuse and neglect. The hallmark of differential response is that it provides earlier and more meaningful responses to emerging signs of family problems and the ability to utilize resources to help families before difficulties escalate. And the AmeriCorps Nurturing Parenting Program, an evidence-based, strength-based, and family-centered program designed for the prevention and treatment of child abuse and neglect that emphasizes appropriate developmental expectations of children, empathetic parenting towards meeting children's needs, and building nurturing parenting skills. Social Services has also changed the brand of foster care in Tuolumne County through what is known as the Quality Parenting Initiative to ensure recruitment and training of quality resource parents to provide trauma-informed care to our most vulnerable children, our foster children. Infant Child Enrichment Services also provides an array of community-based child abuse prevention services for at-risk families that include parent leadership program, strength-based parenting education, and outreach. The Center for a Nonviolent Community offers an array of prevention support and services by way of intervention and advocacy services to victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, and child abuse. They also provide education and prevention activities to the community that reduce the incidence of physical and sexual and emotional violence towards children. And finally, Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency, who provides a colossal assortment of resources, from mentoring and literacy services to housing support and homeless shelters to life skills training and parenting support. Prevention remains the best defense for our children and families. And let's face it, children are our most valuable resources that will shape the future of our community. So please join our local efforts to prevent child abuse by getting the word out. In the month of April, prevention is promoted by displaying blue pinwheels, wearing blue ribbon pins, and social media blasts. And also, the Tuolumne Resiliency Coalition, as they do every year, brings awareness this year through a virtual screening event. It's a documentary. It's called Rewind, and it's of a man who kind of goes through his unthinkable story as a child. So that will be held on April 23rd. But to wrap this up, I would just like to, again, ask that your board proclaim April 2021 as Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Any questions from, well, I'll see, is there any public comment first? Okay, thank you very much. Comments from the board?
I would also, if you guys would like, we have these flyers, and then we have our blue ribbon pins that Holly can pass out if you'd like to wear them through the month of April. Thank you.
And don't go yet. I think Supervisor
Kirk. I have a
Kirk.
comment about
Supervisor
children.
Kirk's got a.
In some countries, children are considered sacred. Unfortunately, I don't think that's the case in America, but I think Tuolumne County are pretty special. So I love it. Yes, I'll do social. I do my social video movies once every few weeks. I'm gonna do one today, so I'll include this. But I could go on about this forever. I'm very passionate about children. I've said before, if you restored the family, you've restored most of society's problems. And so a lot could be said about that. But also why I'm so passionate about keeping substance use out of Tuolumne County. People know I'm very vocal and I've said lots of things. And I will never forgive or ask for forgiveness for believing what I believe. But you talk about ACEs, one of the main things with ACEs is that the absent father, the absent family, but also substance use. A lot of these parents who use substances, the kids are the direct result of those problems. So a little window into my brain. But thank you for this. I'll put a social blast out. And I think the more this community starts to understand ACEs, the better chances our kids have of being successful. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I wanted to just pick out one little thing that you talked about, which is to me huge. I remember, probably 10 years ago now, when I was working at behavioral health, there was this new idea that was kind of being talked about, and it was called trauma-informed care. It was the first time I'd ever heard about that. And for so long, it seemed like, because most of the people that we dealt with were adults. I mean, everyone I dealt with was an adult. And I don't know how to describe it. There was this thought with most people that there was a moral failing with people that had substance abuse issues, that committed crimes against children, that were, for lack of a better term, bad parents. And the trauma-informed care really opened my eyes to this cycle of violence against children who then become adults who commit violence against children. And we have it in this county. It happens all throughout the country and in cities and counties everywhere. And we can't begin to start addressing the problem and breaking that cycle until we understand it. And just seeing how far our county has come in promoting that idea and to try and break that cycle makes me truly proud, and really proud to have this resolution before us. And thank you for all the work that you're doing, and your staff and the many volunteers and people in our community that are working so hard to make this a place where children are safe. which that's why I live here, you know, because I feel that my children are safe in this county, and so I'm just really happy to have this. So thank you. Supervisor Half.
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle, for all you and your team do for our county and for the children. And I wanted to highlight a thought that I had, and that is, yes, it's very important to be aware of what the problems are and to be able to extricate children when necessary from the family, but also to work with families that, you know, to help them be better parents. I really like, you know, we're using this term resiliency a lot in this county, and I really like the coalition's name as being resilient. What we are going towards, not, you know, we're not focusing, we're aware of the abuse, but we're not focusing on that as the end-all be-all. We're focusing on resiliency. And I love that message, so thank you.
Thank you.
And one last, so what's happening April 23rd?
Okay, so it is a virtual screening, and it's called Rewind, and it is Sasha. He basically reconstructs the unthinkable story of his boyhood. So I can get more flyers. Holly has a bunch, and I can pass them out to you guys.
Thank you very much. And so people, can they go to, where on the county webpage can they go to find a link to that?
Is it on the county webpage, Holly? I have the flyer and I can blast it out for sure. We all have. We can do that.
Keep your eyes open for it on social media.
Yes,
yeah.
And the link for the virtual link is on the flyer. So.
Great, thank you very much. So we have a resolution before us. I'll call for a motion if there's one for this proclamation.
I'll call for to adopt a resolution proclaiming April 2021 as a Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month.
I'd like to second that.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Half. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you so much.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. All right. Thanks very much for that. Okay, we'll jump back to item number 11. Are we all queued up? Great. Okay, Board Clerk, would you please read that item once more for us?
Consideration of adopting Resolution 2221 proclaiming April 2021 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in Tuolumne County.
Okay, do we have somebody on the line with the board right now?
Hello.
Hello and welcome. We can hear you.
Great. My name is Jen Torres, and I am a community educator at the Center for a Nonviolent Community. And I am funded by a rape prevention education grant, and I work with youth in our community to educate and help prevent rape and sexual assault and domestic violence in our community. And I have with me today a youth that we work with who would like to talk to you today about April is a Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and we would like everybody to know about that. So here is B.
Hello, my name is Bee. I'm 13 years old and go to Connections Academy at Somerville High School. April is the month where we can raise awareness about sexual assault. Sexual assault is a rough topic for a lot of people to talk about, but we need to raise awareness about it. Some facts I know about sexual assault is that about every 73 seconds, another American gets sexually assaulted. About 1 in 4 women and 1 in 6 men are raped or sexually abused in their lifetime. It makes me so upset that sexual assault has been going for many years and people don't take it seriously. Many of my peers have joked about it, saying that the rate should be higher, and because so many people just joke about it, many people feel like they won't be taken seriously or be heard the way they need to. About 3 of 4 people who have been assaulted tell no one, which is heartbreaking that they feel like they can't speak up. To help stop this issue, I feel like our parents need to teach their kids about it, even if it is a sensitive topic. People need to hear about it and talk about it more. People need to speak up. That's why I'm here today. I'm speaking up.
Thank you so much for speaking up. Really appreciate your perspective, and it's something that I really hope folks listening heard and took in your very eloquent words. And how old are you again?
I'm 13 years old.
13 years old. And what was your name?
B. Cathcart Randall.
B. Cathcart Randall. Well, B, you did a fantastic job, and thank you so much for calling the Board of Supervisors. I'm going to ask my coworkers if they have any questions for you. Is that okay?
Yep, that's perfectly fine.
Okay, so you stay on the line with us. Are there any comments or questions from the board? Supervisor Kirk.
Hey, B, that was awesome. When I was 13 years old, I don't know if I knew all the information that you just discussed. So I'm proud of you, but it also just shows where we're at in society with social media and with things that kids are aware of. So thank you for being brave and coming on here and telling us that. And I think I'm going to include what you just said in my little post, on my video post I'm going to do on Facebook, because you said something that is very important and that a lot of parents don't want to face, which is parents have to have these conversations with their parent or with their children. Because if they don't, somebody else is going to have that conversation, or somebody else is going to abuse that kid. So thank you. I'm proud of you, and just keep trucking along. It sounds like you got a bright future. Okay, B?
Thank you so much.
All right. Check out my Facebook video. You can share it, okay?
Okay.
Get your word out there.
Supervisor Brandon.
Hi, V, still on the line?
Yep, I'm still here.
I just wanted to also say thank you for calling into the board meeting. So I represent Jamestown, Columbia, and everything west of the city of Sonora. And I really appreciate it because as somebody who's had to do a lot of calling in and talking to folks, it can be very, very scary. And you did a heck of a lot better than I ever did when I was learning to speak to boards and audiences and different folks. So that's awesome. And I hope that this interest that you have and all this knowledge, you're able to pursue that. And well, you know, we're always hiring in the future in about a decade for more really great people to continue these services here in the county too. So thank you for calling in.
Thank you, guys.
Supervisor Half.
Yeah, hi, B.
Hello.
I wanted to encourage you to keep up with your passions, and if this continues to be a passion, it sounds like we will be opening up again pretty soon if everything goes the way we hope it goes. And I encourage you to come in and speak in person the next time that your passion stirs, whether it's this or about another subject. We'd love hearing from you and seeing you in person. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you got one more supervisor wants to talk to you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Hello, B. Boy, your poise and being able to do this is just wonderful to hear you speak. And, you know, it's obvious that you connected with a lot of people here in the comments from my fellow board members, and just wanted to add, you know, that I concur with everything they said, and just nice job. Way to go. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you so much for your presentation. I'll see if Jen or B, did you have any other comments or any other things you'd like to talk about with respect to Sexual Assault Awareness Month?
No.
Okay. Well, great job, and thanks again, and call us anytime you have any comments. In a few years, you'll be taking all our jobs, so I'm looking forward to that. Is there any additional public comment from the public? Okay, no other public comment. I'll bring it back to the board. We have another resolution before us today. Do I have a motion?
I'd like to motion that we adopt the resolution 22-21 proclaiming April 2021 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
I'll second that.
All right, great. I have a motion by Supervisor Goldenberg and a second by Supervisor Brandon. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, your motion passes unanimously, B. Great job. Oh, I'm sorry. So our new district attorney has some additional information she would like to share. So before we move on, we'll give our DA the last word, which she's going to have to get used to getting that last word, huh?
Consistently, yes. Good morning, supervisors. I apologize. This is my first time doing one of these, so I wasn't sure that the public comment call was for me. But good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak before you about Sexual Assault Awareness Month and our request that you proclaim April 2021 to be Sexual Assault Awareness Month. It's a tough act to follow with B, but I'm going to try. So I wanted to talk to you about how Tuolumne County is really blessed to be supported by an incredibly dedicated, multidisciplinary sexual assault response team. Created in the early 1990s, Tuolumne County's SART is comprised of a variety of members, and I just wanted to explain who those members were to you. Obviously, we have CNVC with Jen Torres leading the way, that provide an incredible amount of after hours and ongoing advocacy support for those folks in our community that suffer a sexual assault. We also are incredibly supported by the tribe, the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians, who provide advocacy for us and a place for us to perform exams. Also Adventist Health Sonora, who has recently initiated a program where they have trained 2 SANES, sexual assault nurse examiners through their own funding and their own training, and are also providing us a space where we can perform those exams. Previously, we were having to send our victims out of county, which was a horrific concept for all of us, and so Adventist Health has truly stepped up and bridged that gap for us, and we're incredibly grateful. Our local nurses are now supported by the Calaveras County SANE, Kathy Boyle, who is incredible at performing exams for us in Calaveras, and providing mentorship to those new nurses. Our law enforcement members who investigate sexual assault are incredible community members, including folks in the community like our local legal community, the addiction store downtown. The folks that own that have done several fundraisers for us. And then lastly, the folks that are in my office and our victim witness staff who support our victims through the incredibly re-traumatizing process of seeking justice system related to sexual assaults. July 1, 2019 to June 30th of 2020, our victim witness advocate served 141 victims of sexual assault here in Tuolumne County. Those are children, those are adults, and then my office initiated 19 sexual assault prosecutions during that time. COVID has done many things for us, but it has not stopped crime. And unfortunately, from July 1, 2020 to the present, our advocates have assisted or served 158 victims of sexual assault, and my office has initiated 23 cases involving sexual assault in that time. To some, those numbers may seem disparate. Why, if there are 141 victims, are we not initiating 141 cases? And the reality is that the answer to that question starts at secondary trauma. We serve not only the direct victims of sexual assault, but we serve their families, their parents, their children, and the people who are most important in their lives, because the victimization caused by sexual abuse is pervasive and it doesn't stop at the direct victim. And in fact, we as a community are victimized every time somebody suffers a sexual assault in our community. Our team and all of its components work towards reducing that impact. And we couldn't do that without our team members, and we also couldn't do it without the jurors in our community who have to serve on incredibly tough cases and hear really hard things. So we just wanted to thank all of them. I will plug the Rewind event and just tell you a little bit more about it, because I actually think the Rewind event is a wonderful connection between Child Abuse Awareness Month and Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Sasha was a child who had sexual assault perpetrated against him by a family friend for years. And his father was an avid videographer. So he videoed almost all of Sasha's life during the time period in which he was being sexually assaulted and molested. And what Sasha did was, when he finally disclosed what happened, his family went backwards and saw this incredible change in who he was as a child and who he became as a teenager. And Sasha's story is one of survival, redemption, and what we are doing is we are actually having a digital viewing of Rewind. And then Sasha is actually joining us and members of our local multidisciplinary team to have a live Q&A after the viewing of Rewind to discuss the things that they talk about in the documentary and about what we do as a multidisciplinary team. And so it's online, free. Anybody can join. We will be placing we got the flyers here, but we'll also put those out on our social media platforms for everybody to participate in. Sasha's is a story of survival, and I want to leave you all and our community with a story of local survival. Last year, I had the privilege to serve a victim who was 14 years of age when she was sexually assaulted by a person that she trusted, a person who was twice her age, a person who had groomed her and had invited himself to her home, and who eventually raped her in her home. And she finally reported it to her family, and her family, who was kind of divided at that time, came together to support our survivor. And I tell you this story not to make you sad, but to give you hope and to give our community hope. Because what happened to that 14-year-old girl was horrific and should have never happened. But by it happening, she has survived and thrived and grown, and her family has come together around her to support her. And so even though the things that my office deals with relation to sexual assault are horrific and terrible, the way that we support our victims and the way that our community supports our victims and increases awareness about these types of crimes, that's really where we find redemption, and that's where we find success. And so I just want to thank the board very much for already adopting the resolution to deem April 2021 both as our Child Abuse Awareness Month and as our Sexual Abuse Awareness Month. It's these kind of actions that show our community that there are members in this community and teams available to support them in whatever happens to them. And so when we come together as a community, we are stronger. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And and thank you for all of the work that you and your office do to protect and stand up for people who would have difficulty standing up for themselves against the kind of crimes they face. So
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to item 13. Clerk, would you please read that item for us?
Consideration of adopting Resolution 2421 proclaiming April 5th through April 11th, 2021 as Public Health Week in Tuolumne County.
Good morning. What a challenge to follow with those compelling and wonderful presentations. I'm always so amazed at the great work being done in our county. Good morning again, Mr. Chairman and the board. I'm Elizabeth Ramos. I'm a program specialist with the Public Health Department, and I'm here before you today to seek the board's approval to adopt a resolution to proclaim this week, April 5th through the 11th, as Public Health Week in Tuolumne County. National Public Health Week began in 1995 and is organized each year by the American Public Health Association to highlight the important work that public health agencies and their employees across the nation are doing on behalf of the health and safety of their communities. This year's theme is Building Bridges to Better Health, which emphasizes the importance of working together, albeit virtually, to help our communities thrive. And the public can visit nphw.org to see all of the online activities that are planned this year nationally, sessions and wellness activities that are being delivered online at the national level. At the local level, Tuolumne County Public Health Department offers residents an array of programs and services according to its mission to promote and protect health and well-being in Tuolumne County. And year-round public health staff provide education on nutrition, child safety, substance abuse reduction and prevention, prevention of sexually transmitted infections, maternal, child, and adolescent health offerings, to name a few. And of course, Tuolumne Public Health has been at the forefront of the COVID-19 response in our community, educating residents how to protect themselves during the pandemic, coordinating testing centers, and implementing vaccination events that to date have allowed more than 30,000 doses to be administered since December of 2020. As part of our local celebration of National Public Health Week, Tuolumne County Public Health Department is encouraging the public to participate in its Healthy Selfie TC Challenge. This week, participants are invited to take a photo of themselves doing something healthy, whether that's taking a hike, doing some form of exercise, eating more fruits and vegetables, drinking more water, letting go of smoking, what have you. We invite them to take a photo of themselves, put it on our Facebook page, Tuolumne County Public Health Facebook page, and that will enter them into a drawing to win a health-related prize at the end. In a similar vein, within the Public Health Department, staff is invited to participate in a month-long workplace wellness challenge where they would track their health-related activities across several categories, and prizes will be given every week, and then a grand prize at the end. Your Tuolumne County Public Health Department prides itself on serving the public to help make our community as healthy and safe as possible. And on behalf of my colleagues and myself, I respectfully request that the board adopt the resolution proclaiming this week as National Public Health Week. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ramos. Supervisor Brandon.
Ms. Ramos, thank you. I think we're only in a position to talk about reopening this room to the public and being able to have the businesses open and events, and because of the hard work of public health. And I know that's only related to COVID, but there's just so much more. So thank you so much for all the work and all the programs that you're doing. I think some people didn't realize that before COVID, there was an immense amount of work full-time going on in the community. And it perhaps was one of the lesser known departments in some ways because it wasn't always as public facing in it. And now I think everybody is very aware of public health and the role in protecting people and helping people. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, during this last year, it's just been incredible the amount of work that public health has done and the dedication, the hours, the time that was, lost to their families, their own personal lives. Just thank you, everyone, for everything that you've done and continue to do.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Supervisor Kirk.
Sure. I'll keep it short and sweet because everyone's nailing the points. But public health, all these resolutions that we're proclaiming all have to do with public health and the health and safety of our community. So thank you guys. Like Supervisor Brandon said, you guys were already busy before COVID, and then COVID just was a pile of work. So thank you guys for those long nights and weekends, everything that you guys do. And thank your staff.
Thank you so much.
Supervisor Half.
Yeah, everything that every board member has said is true, and I think the public is much more aware of your department now as the result of the last year or so. And the public opinion is way up there. I mean, everybody, I know this is COVID again. That's what brought your department to the forefront of people's minds. I have not heard one negative statement from anybody, and I've heard lots of positive statements about how well run the clinics are that you've been doing. And it just brings into prominence the way our public health department has been all along. It's just been the best kept secret. Mm-hmm. So I want to thank you from my heart for all the things that you do every day throughout the year, regardless of COVID, and now everybody's getting to know what I know.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Supervisor Half said it really well. You guys have been operating with professionalism and dedication to the health care of the community forever. But now that we've had this enormous challenge, to our county and to our country, you are put at the forefront. You know, you are the frontline troops. If this was a war, you'd be the guys storming the beaches of Normandy, and you have acted heroically. And I mean, we should be building monuments to the work that people have in public health and in healthcare in general have done over this past year. I mean, they should build a big, you know, tower in Washington and with marble columns and things, and have the names of all of the people that brought us through this pandemic, and the countless lives that we will never know how many were saved. So I can't say any. I mean, we've having public health come to the board. I think every meeting has been valuable to hear the work you're doing and to be able to communicate to you how appreciative we as individuals are, but also the communities that we represent as supervisors for the work that you're doing. So again, we have another, is there any public comment on this? Like, I don't remember if I asked for that yet, so no public comment. We do have another resolution. Do I have a motion from the board?
Motion to approve.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Brandon. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Half. Call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much, and have a lovely rest of your day, and get out there and keep fighting the good fight.
Thank you all so very much.
Thank you. So we're going to take a short break. We'll reconvene at Okay, welcome back to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for April 6th. Folks in the back? Sorry. So we're back in session. Welcome back, everyone. So when we left off, we were on item 14. So Ms. Cunha, would you please read item 14 for us?
Consideration and final direction on committee formation and member appointment to the Fire Safety Advisory Committee with terms to expire April 6, 2023.
Hello. Oh, good morning again. Sorry about that. Dory Beats, Office of Emergency Services Coordinator. You have a memo with respect to the Fire Safety Advisory Committee. Just as a status and reminder, on February 16th, your board voted to create the Tuolumne County Fire Safety Advisory Committee. The goal of this new committee is to assist you as you work towards your newly identified top priority of preventing loss of life and reducing property damage due to catastrophic fire. This committee will advise the board on how to further achieve your board's goal and objectives as it relates to fire safety, allow for substantial public involvement, and create an opportunity for collaboration with our partner agencies. An email was sent to each of the listed organizations asking for the name of their representative. A notice of vacancy was posted for the members of the public, and applications have been received. A press release was issued on the availability of the applications, and all the completed applications for the 5 members of the public were made available to both the board and to the public for viewing. Your board has a copy of the submitted applications, all of which had been received up to Monday, April 5th. The committee shall be comprised of the following members: 2 members of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Campbell, Supervisor Goldenberg, 5 members of the public, and I have them listed as they were submitted for each of the districts. So District 1, John Flynn, Scott Frem, Dana Johnson, Michael Keegan. For District 2, Richard Haratani, Matt Kylbasa, if I get that correct, I'm sorry, Dennis Randall, Ron Ringen, and Michael Tennyson. District 3, we have Wesley Bringar, Rex Buthman, Kathleen Dennis, Dave Holland, John Maciel, Ed Proctor, Marianne Schmidt, and Clay Mermod. District 4, Ed Fernandez, Sean Hembry, Bob Holder, Bob Asquith, Eric Hawley, Tom Moffett, James Schramm, Tim Shanahan, Nick Terra, and then District 5, Peter Haddell and Malcolm Carden. We will also have a representative from Tuolumne County Fire. That will be Chief Andy Murphy. A representative from the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office. It will be either Sheriff Bill Poley or the Undersheriff Neil Evans. Representative from the City of Sonora will be the Fire Chief, Amy New. Representative from the Fire Chiefs Association will be Fire Chief Mark Ferreira. Representative from the Chicken Ranch, Rancheria of Miwok Indians will be Monica Fox. And the representative from the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians will be Fire Chief Jerry McGowan. In addition to the 13 members identified, it is recommended that an additional spot be included for a representative of the Tuolumne Fire Safe Council. The Tuolumne County Office of Emergency Services will provide the staff support to the committee. All meetings will be held according to the Brown Act. Meeting agendas will be posted for the public's awareness, and public participation will be encouraged. Meetings will occur monthly on the fourth Wednesday of the month. The first meeting is then set for Wednesday, April 28th at 11 a.m. It is recommended that your board each select one applicant to represent the public on the new Fire Safety Advisory Committee. It is also recommended that the board approve including one representative from the Tuolumne Fire Safe Council to be a part of this Fire Safety Advisory Committee. Along with your selections, the designated representatives from each of the organizations, and if you choose so, the addition of a representative of the Tuolumne Fire Safe Council. This new 14-member committee will serve a 2-year term starting today, April 6th, 2021, and ending April 6th, 2023. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Excuse me. And I'll just kind of lead out with a little bit of history on this. So this speaks to the board's, when we met in February to set out priorities and discuss what was important to this board and to the constituencies that we serve, the number one topic that came up over and over again was fire safety. And this committee is one of the few, relatively few, very specific actions that were outlined in the board's priorities for this year. And so taking this action here today, I'm very proud to say that we are following through on the priorities that we set a couple of months ago. This to me is the approach to fire safety in communities for as long as I can remember in this county and in many others has been more of a top-down approach. The Board of Supervisors, county staff, coming up with policies that what we believe in our experience would create a more fire-safe community within the confines of what we have budgeted. This, to me, represents a bit of a change of that. It's an approach where we start at the community level, ask community members, what do you want to see happen in your county government with respect to bolstering fire safety, and then bringing to the board in a very official and strong way a recommendation that then we, as a board, as a body, are obligated to either take action on that recommendation or choose not to take action on it and have a reason why. And so I'm very happy to have this committee come before us today. It's a little bit of the background about what brought us here. And what I'm going to propose with this particular item is that we address the Fire Safe Council element first, if we're okay with that, before we talk about selections. And then I know Supervisor Half, you had some ideas on methodology. Are we okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you need an actual motion from the board about whether or not to include a member from the Fire Safe Council?
Yes.
Okay. So is there any discussion from the board on just that item just whether or not to add a position for Fire Safe Council. I'll start with Supervisor Half.
Well, I think it's important to say that it was just a stark omission that we realized after we created the, the invitation for groups to join, and we realized it after publication. So this is a way of making up for the gross error and not recognizing, yes, we need a fire safe person. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you for that, and I agree completely. I think it was an omission, and we were able to rectify that, and now we have that decision before us, and I think it's would be a very valuable addition. Do I have a motion from the board to add a member from Fire Safe Council?
Yes, I'd like to move that we add a member of the Fire Safe Council to this committee, this Citizen Advisory Committee.
Okay, and I'll jump behind you in second. So motion by Supervisor Half, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, so we'll be adding a member from the Fire Safe Council, and you outlined how that process goes, so thank you for that.
Yeah, I will notify them. Thank you very much.
And actually, one thing I also neglected to mention was I wanted to thank members of the board for being so supportive of this process of getting us to this point, and for working within your own districts to bring us today with just the cream of the crop of our community for people with the skills and expertise to help with a committee like this. I know that you've all been communicating these committee openings and working with folks, and so now we have the difficult situation of actually sifting through and choosing people for positions. So I guess I'll start before we start naming our selections. I'll turn it over to Supervisor Half. You have some comments about methodology, and then I'd also like to open it up.
Okay.
We'll see if there are any comments from the board. I'll open it up from the public, and then we'll make our selections.
Okay. So because this board is under the Brown Act, we are not able to talk amongst ourselves. And I think it's everyone's vision on this board to have a very well-rounded and diversified team for this most important committee. If we just name names from our districts, we're not going to know how well diversified this group is. And I think that's really important. We want to have a lot of different strengths and disciplines embodied on this team. And so I would like to suggest that rather than saying our top person, I'm going to have a very hard time picking a top person. I had the most applicants. I had 9 altogether. They're all great, and there's 4 that are brilliant, and I think any one of them would be a good member of this team. But I would like to start by expressing the traits, the attributes, the strengths that the people that you are considering, you might have more than one also, I don't know, that they would bring without mentioning a name. And then we get a chance to see what those talents are that the people we're thinking about might bring to the team, and then we make our decision. How do you guys feel about that?
Supervisor Aff, I completely agree. As you mentioned, under the Brown Act, we're limited outside and what we can be able to organize in that. And it's not to say that we shouldn't organize and have these discussions, but we do have this space here to be able to have that. I think that's going to be very important because to any team, I think a diversity of backgrounds and experience and people being able to rely on each other and not all have the exact same perspective makes it stronger, builds a better whole with that. With that, I'll start that, there are really 2 things for me that were very important in my selection. I do have a lot of retired people in my district. I think when we're discussing our board goals for the year, I wanted somebody that's going to have an understanding of those issues, especially, for example, vegetation management, things that may impact some of these populations, and how do we address that. The second, and very important to me, I think, in any appointment I make, is somebody who has a dedication to our community, involvement in our community, and organizing capability. At the end of the day, these are also public representatives, and I want to make sure that somebody on there is going to be outside of that space, involved in the work, working in between the meetings, and also trying to create more leaders themselves.
All right, thank you very much.
I'll just make a comment, which is, I agree. I think that if we're not careful, though, this could go extremely long. So how I'm going to approach it, whoever you want, Kathleen, I'm going to support because it's your district, it's your person. So I just want to put that out there. Who you guys want, I support. Is it great to have this communication and let the people hear what we're thinking and why we're thinking? Absolutely. But for the interest of time, I will simply share with you who and why, and I'll try and keep it brief. And I just recommend we just keep that in mind moving forward.
Okay, yes. Supervisor Goldenberg.
I'm supportive of the process. Sorry, I'm supportive of the process I guess from what Supervisor Hess said, without names to begin with, just talking about backgrounds, qualities. Obviously, Chairman Campbell and I are the board, reps on this, and with my background with CAL FIRE, I've got a strong interest, very strong interest in this, and I've been, there's a lot of challenges that we have ahead. I really like the idea of having a good mix of people. It's important, better representation, from the community as a whole. I've been working with OES staff, Dory, on a number of things already, and anxious to hit the ground, with these things, and I'm very glad to see this committee, coming to light. So I'm good with the process here.
Yeah, and I think that's I really like the idea of talking about the qualities that we are looking for to help. I mean, at the end of the day, we have to pick one person, and that's how it works. And there are a multitude of qualified people, but we need to we need to show our work, I guess. It's a little bit of showing how the sausage is made, but I think that's really healthy when you're talking about something with a committee like this. It's a public group, and it's focused on a very important issue in our community. And so in that vein, I'm prepared to kind of talk about that. So the main, I was hoping to, from the outset, I've wanted to have a committee that was community focused from our citizenry telling the board what they want, not the other way around. And so you have to have someone who, first of all, understands the dire need that we have for a more robust fire safety policy, organization, and resources in Tuolumne County. Someone who truly understands that, hopefully with some experience related to that, not necessarily specific to emergency services or fire. I mean, and in some cases you would want somebody who's, maybe has a job or a skill or a background that's not related to emergency services. And someone that is able to not only understand that these problems exist, but also to articulate them very clearly. And frankly, with this and just about every community that we've made appointments to, I'm looking for somebody that works well with others in a group setting, which, but speaking from a bit of experience, it can be difficult when you have a multiple different opinions and trying to boil that down into one idea that you can then take and make action on. And so that's kind of where my mind is, and those are some of the things that informed the selection process. And I did, it was really difficult. I have, just about everyone that had applied for my district was at least minimally qualified, and several of them were overqualified for the position. So, so that's just a little bit about my thinking on it. And thank you, Supervisor Half, for kind of setting us off on that. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to, oh, and I did want to ask, were there any other questions for staff on this? I guess we've talked about this quite a bit. I think we're all pretty good. Is there any public comment? Okay, getting a head shake again. All right, so I will bring it back to the board. At this time, what I'll do is I'll go through each supervisor, ask them to make a choice out of the many good choices that we have, and then I'll ask for a motion based on the choices of each supervisor. I'll go ahead and start. I'm going to start with Supervisor Half on this end.
I'm going to start by not naming names, but naming strengths.
Okay.
Like I said, I have an astounding number of applicants that, like you said, Chairman Campbell, they're all at least minimally qualified, and most of these are even more than that. And I called every single one of them. I only had one that didn't return my call. So I'd like to mention the top four. We have somebody that has FireWise experience, started the first FireWise community in our county. We have another person who is into forest resilience where the watershed is concerned, and in strategic planning and how fuel reduction integrates with water saving. We have a communications expert. His background was in communication for quite a number of decades, and he's also a CERT trainer. And then we have somebody who has taught at CSTI, California State Institute for Emergency Services. He's an EOC ops trainer for Cal OES. He's presented to Washington, D.C., to the House hearings on wildfires, the severity of wildfires in the United States. So those are my top four, and they're all incredible. So I want to hear, your choices so I can figure out which one of these persons best suits the team. Thank you for helping me with that.
Well, I was confused by the last thing. So you're looking for?
I'm looking to hear the other strengths of your folks before I decide which one I'm going to choose.
Oh, okay. So, all right. So I'll move to Supervisor Kirk.
Okay, I kind of see where you're going. Trying to keep this brief. We have every single one of these people who applied should be on the list, but we can't. So whoever is not selected, I would strongly encourage, and I sent emails. I was up late last night, and I made some phone calls over the weekend as well, but with Easter and my son's birthday yesterday, I had to finish a few of you guys out with some emails because some more were added. But if you're not selected, I would strongly recommend that you show up to these meetings. This is just a formal, okay, you have a seat at the table, but there's more seats around the table. So I have people who've worked for U.S. Forest Service, fire chiefs, people involved with natural resources. I have a nurse, community organizers, prior TUD board members, volunteers, a homeschool mom, hoorah to the homeschool mom, teacher, grant writers, business owners, people who are on the hot shot crew. Sorry, I got out of place here. But I have to make a decision, and I'll tell you why I made the decision, and I'll give you his name. This person, a few things. I'll just list why. He's young. He's in his 30s. He's here to stay. He's born and raised here. He's here to stay long term. So he's going to be in the game for a long time. So for future planning, he's going to be around. He's a veteran. He's served this country. He's served this community. He put his life on the line, and I respect that. But above that, he also is a California Forestry Association past member. He's an Associated California Logger current member. He's on the 2 Care Board of Directors. He's a Tuolumne County Citizens. He was on the past Tuolumne County Citizens Advisory Committee. He's a licensed timber operator, state licensed contractor. So the gist of it is he's out in the field. He's fighting fires currently during the Cal Fire season. He's harvesting timber. He understands fire. He understands forest management. He understands fire. He's young. He's ambitious. He's got a family here. I think a big part of it was he's already had some skin in the game the last year and been a part of the advisory committee. And I'm just telling everybody, I'm not picking Wesley Brinegar because he was on it last year. I had a long conversation with him because I have some rock stars who are, some of them have more experience than him, but I think his youth and his broad experience already as a young person is going to suit this committee well. And I think he's going to bring some perspective from some of us young people who are trying to raise families. And, I know this is fire, but, when we talk about like the State Board of Forestry and how they're trying to create no build zones, basically. I mean, there's so many things that are going to affect us young people who are living here and who are going to have to deal with this fire issue long term. So I like his perspective and his understanding of that. So with that said, my recommendation is going to be Wesley Brinegar. And he is, if you look at his application, he is the first one under District 3. He was just put in that order, not by any recommendation, but he is the first one on the list. My recommendation for the advisory committee. So if you get that's kind of a little bit of reason why I selected him.
Okay. Supervisor Brandon.
Absolutely. In looking at this, as I mentioned earlier, I think my primary concerns is making sure that with the tasks that we're doing, we're taking in mind our senior population, as well as being able to have somebody who's a capable organizer that in that group will be able to support their efforts in reaching out to the community. For that reason, I'll be choosing Malcolm Carden. Malcolm Carden has a lot of experience serving on other committees in the past as a Commission on Aging commissioner there, working in fundraising and advocacy for Friends of the Library, has a lot of knowledge. We had a very good phone call talking about fire issues locally. I think what the team is being organized the network to get a lot of these done. It's not just policy. It's not always just funding. A lot of times it's a great example of that. Personal. It's to believe in this, helping them arrive at the right location and giving them the tools to do the job. And I think Matt did a good job at that.
All right, thank you very much. Supervisor.
Obviously, my background with Cal Fire, drove my interest part of this committee to begin with. Nice looking at somebody with the some people applied, worked, felt comfortable. And, certainly, I've got some ideas on directions to go with this committee, but I'm also very much looking people ideas and perspectives. Sometimes into our worlds, really think outside of that, and so I would appreciate that variety. But as other supervisors mentioned, we'll go ahead and would like to nominate Scott Fremd to be my choice on this committee.
Okay, thank you. So, like all the members, and I really appreciate Supervisor Kirk's comment. Really see the engagement that this particular committee has had and the variety of been interested. Do they boil this down to a group man? Even if votes will be heard. That a prevent Yankee Hill area. Bring gonna the supervisor.
My really, and like I said before, these and top four would be a good addition. Who have
who's going to represent the older population. It's important when we're talking about fire safety. From representative, we have somebody who's young, who's like got multiple experiences, and who's going to bring that to the table. With Goldenberg, we have more CAL FIRE, more firefighting experience, knowledge coming to the table. I'm really pleased that I've dealt with him on some issues, and I think he's going to be great. I've had so he's we got somebody who on state level. So we have so many. We got trained fire, and that's and observations. I think it's important for the public to kind of see what we just put together.
Okay, good. Well said. So what? I'll just restate. We have from District 1, Scott, Wesley Brinegar, District 4, Holly, District 5, Malcolm Carden. Okay, so the matter would be looking for a motion to that slate for the Fire Safety Committee.
I'll move.
Motion.
I'll second.
Motion by Supervisor, second by Supervisor. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Abstain. Motion passes 5-0. And I just wanted to run if anyone that applied, your applications will be kept on file for 2 years. And whenever there's a vacancy, your applications come up again in that process. And so we'll start over again. So this isn't the end all. These committees, often there are changes throughout the year. It's very common. In fact, we had just that count of committees.
Board new get done.
Okay. When can we?
8/11.
Anything? All righty. Looking forward to it.
Thank you so
On to item 15. Ms. Cunha, would you please read that item for us?
Consideration and final direction to committee formation and member appointment to the Tuolumne County Homeless Advisory Committee to expire 6/2020.
Good morning, Board.
Good morning.
Chairman Campbell. Today, for you, workshop by family and health as their secondary priority of this year. And the second objective is to address emergencies in homeless communities, collaborating with public and private partners in homelessness. Subsequently, staff was directed to bring an item before the board and develop the board's advisory committee on homelessness. On February 16, 2021, the board approved creating the board advisory committee on homelessness. The information on the committee is comprised of representatives from various entities and areas in the county. Staff recommended the 18 categories below. However, upon further consideration, staff is now recommending 2 additional categories on the committee. And support will be coordinator, and myself, Clay Brown, and other county staff as staff for representation in the who have we want a 2-year term limit. Chairman, stories.
Thank you so much. I'm going to 2 items about making additional appointments. I'm going to we make
talk about
our selection too. Anyone who chosen will be in contact, are interested in these. So, like if people are work, we'll find. So they be asked to. They have a subject that we're working on, expertise. We can ask.
Okay. Thank you. Well, just a bit of a. So we had you give us overview on nonprofits. Or we want to get appointments thing and see public comments. Okay, no. We're working, right? So we work. Go ahead and just open it up to discuss. That would be good, but I would like to have come out of this two nominations for this position. Yeah.
Funding portion.
100%. There, sort of. If I call, this didn't come through you, but do you know how this works? To call their answer.
In mind, I wasn't going to only because the other. We didn't go with fund or information about funding. I mean, are we going to lose something?
Right. Create going to everything. If the fund is okay, emergency housing, and we really need funding to us, and there is going to be a ton of funding through soon, and we need as many experts at this to home for a very specific.
Okay.
It's prudent to give us that feedback. Remember, domestic violence, sexual assault field. So this funding is very different. It's also COVID related. That sort of at the
And comes, we are PA with them, and they will build. So it's all staff, but expectations for the individual groups, like to expect. Would expect, knowing Joe absolutely be at the table, whether or not voting seat on this. So just to who you can, I would expect that Joe absolutely he's voting
on that, whether when they get funding, if they're whether member at they have the matter as far as how much for some of the other counties.
Some of them, one is that get an allotment from the state. Mm-hmm. It's for the 4 counties, for the largest county, so they allot it according to population. Sometimes they are given the authority to get a different amount. If that doesn't, they can not to funding if
right.
So make those decisions. They will let us know it's coming direct. You can apply.
Okay. Yeah. Bring that up, not to bring back history, but there was a time where we voted and I just they come in, they're in clear drive where that. But again, part of the they're not. I just clarification.
Yeah, it's a tough one because they're all great candidates.
Okay.
So it was well.
So I'll listen to what you guys have to say, and then we'll make a motion.
Okay, Supervisor Brendan.
I think, maybe in line with what you're saying, thinking of, and I think us too. Are we people, or are we appointing the organization for these seats?
The people.
So, for example, one of them is for Mark Dyken and Shelley Muniz for Resiliency Village, one of which doesn't live in the county. It seems like we would be appointing the nonprofit Resiliency Village.
That it's just one member, and I think they submitted their application with just one on them.
From them that Mark is the primary applicant.
Okay, is that
It is
Sarah?
the organization we were doing.
It
our,
is the organization.
Right, it's,
Oh, yeah. Would be the representative of the nonprofits.
Right. When I
clarify one thing, normally when you the organization determines which person it's on. That's generally how it works.
Great. Thank you. Envisioning, okay, what is a position and who would represent there? I think of community nonprofits. And as was mentioned, Joe's a great guy and had a huge amount to do with it. I feel is very different that's been working on homelessness here for potentially, decades in some cases, right? I think in starting, making sure that there's space for all these people. We start out on a good. I think for many of these nonprofits, especially since it is their passion, not being selected would be a refutal of a lot of the work that they've done. My opinion is that ATCA should be at this table, but I think that we should create that space for it. I know that we're going to have the discussion at the end. We had originally passed a membership for this committee. The goal was not to make it so large that it's it's want to have experts who are functional when we get these complex problems. Right now, it would be, I think, at 20. If that was increased to 23, that would fix, I think, 3 problems that we're facing. Just a little bit of a bird step. First one is ATCA being such a huge partner. Community Action Agency, it is nonprofit, yet it is really in a different category of profit. The second, we do not, I think, nonprofit spots in general to accommodate the community. And the was representation for a formerly homeless person to how the Behavior Advisory Board has a requirement, I believe, have to have been relative and through the services. Those are 3 things I think would make the selection. There are hurt feelings of this, and I don't think 3 would provide obstacle. Everybody. So that's my recommendation. Would be we move forward with the 2 community nonprofits, create the end, or at least have a session for ATCA.
So do you have 2 selections that you recommend for the nonprofit?
Yes, just mentioning making
either.
I would recommend. I'll make then. I would like to nominate GSAC and Village, the 2 nonprofit members to this group.
Okay. You have a nomination. We can have further discussion, Supervisor.
I'd like to just a little bit more. I think
just
all
keep
3,
in mind that one of.
I know. So my comments are. I think all 3 these organizations need to be. I don't know that I go adding 3 more. I think that there are ways that we can include all 3 of these. One of them is in category. Get them in another way if we don't get them in through nonprofit status. So that would be my recommendation. The 2 that are fairly in other categories, I think.
Sure. We'll just.
Right. Without.
Just hold on. Because we're talking about adding additional and then now more and think we need to add to accomplish what you're talking about. I don't know. Supervisor Goldenberg?
Yeah, so obviously it's a little bit of a dilemma to sort all this out and see where we're going to end up. I concur. I see a lot of value in all 3 of those agencies, GSAC, Resiliency, and ATCA, being a part of this. I think they're already doing many things in the community, and I hear that, say Riggs, made a point about ATCA and us, being actively involved with that, but I think this really is more specific. This issue of homeless, need to have them at the table all the time, per se. So that would be my direction, that I would like to see. There was a lot of discussions about how many members we're going to have on these new committees, and the concern was to get them down to a level that was more manageable, that we get the GSD, as Kathleen says, right? And so that, when they expand out, you just start losing some of that. So I'm in favor of keeping it as is.
Are we still having discussion on this?
Well, so we had a motion to choose. Any other, has anybody not? Okay. Supervisor Brandon?
Thank you. So in this, one of the challenges, especially I think in my district, is that this has been an ongoing challenge. So there has been the community rising to support that. And if you notice, if you did flip through the District 5 applications, it's loaded with heavy hitters. We have Dick and Hazel Mitchell of GSAC. We have Janae Lambert of the Lambert Center and current president maybe of NAMI for mental health and illness. We have Nancy Scott, who runs, more programs than I have fingers. that at that time. If we are open to entertaining more positions of this, I feel like, for example, a representative formerly homeless is not really in it, and that potentially having ATCA separate really accomplishes the same goals there. But just a little perspective on that decision is it can't be assumed that that's the choice that's going to be made. So.
So that, I guess we can answer that right now. I wasn't hearing that we are open to, that the majority is open to adding additional positions beyond what's already been proposed, and we'll have that discussion after we make appointments. Am I correct in that?
I feel like that.
Yeah. So we won't add another position for nonprofits. So we have to move on. You have to move this forward. You did make a motion to appoint members of Give Someone a Chance as the organization for nonprofits and Resiliency Village. Do I have a second for that motion? Okay, I don't hear a second, so the motion fails. Do I have another motion?
So yeah, I guess my motion would be for two nonprofits, I would recommend Resiliency Village and Give Someone a Chance, simply because we already have ACA as a JPA.
So that was the previous motion.
I second.
And
I thought he was asking for specific people to represent.
So
let's clarify this.
we can't make the same motion again. So
sure.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
we can't.
Well, I'm not going to. I'm going to go back to Supervisor Brandon's. So his motion stays. So we have a motion as Resiliency Village and Give Someone a Chance to be the representatives.
Yeah, so I would agree, and I give my reasoning, but
okay.
Let's vote and get this over.
Okay, so motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Kirk. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed? Okay, abstained?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay.
Well, that was interesting.
So motion passes for yes, zero no's and one abstention. Okay, so let's move on to the business sector. So how many appointments do we have there, and do you have recommendations?
I do. We have 4 people that have applied. So Stacy Dodge through Sierra Resource Management, Nancy Scott through Nancy's Hope, Kathy Peacock through Interfaith. And just to be clear, Interfaith is not a nonprofit. It actually is listed as a business. I know that's confusing, and Devin Woodruff with Devin's Delectables. And some of the applications came in a little bit later, and so my staff recommendation is, for Kathy Peacock and actually Devin Woodruff, and the reason that is that Devin has a downtown business, and I think that's really prudent.
Okay. All right, discussion from the board. I'm going to start on this side this time. Unless there's, okay, I don't have any on this side.
Discussion? No? You want me to make a motion?
I have a comment on this. So again, thinking we put business, but then what does the business seat represent? I think it's really 2 things. It's one, potentially businesses that have been, through their work, supporting, addressing homelessness, which I think for me, Nancy Scott has been doing that for a very, very long time and running a business. The other would be having somebody on there that's an advocate for the business community that can say, we experience this and the nuisance issues, to I think be a check and hold that process accountable. For that, I'd be very open because I think we do have some qualified candidates. I don't know if we're doing individual nominations, Mr. Chairman, or are we doing only 2?
Yeah. Supervisor Half? Oh, okay.
I'm just getting clarification. We're choosing businesses or we're choosing people?
That's a good question. Are we choosing people or the businesses themselves?
I think
would think
on
it would
this
be
one,
people.
it has to be people, right?
Yeah. It would be we could have said like business owners or.
And I just want to say that all these businesses are amazing, and I would love to have all of them again. It's just a really hard decision. They all do amazing work.
Okay, any other discussion, or I'll look for a motion?
If there's no
If you
discussion,
have any other, you had your
I'd like to make a
chance
nomination.
to discuss. Okay, what's your nomination?
I would like to nominate Kathy Peacock of Interfaith, as well as make a nomination for Nancy Scott of Nancy's Hope in Columbia.
Okay, so I have a motion for Nancy Scott and Kathy Peacock. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, so there you go. There's your
Thank
business
you.
sector. So now we're going on to faith-based. And we have 2 representatives there.
And I just want to say that I've spoke to both of these folks, and I highly recommend them, even though there's only 2. For example, Nathan is on one of my subcommittees. He comes to every meeting. He has great input. He's part of that group that just wants to help and say yes and support. And so he's just amazing. And Christina, I just got to know recently, but the St. Patrick's Church has done a lot with providing food and support to the homeless community in downtown. And so they also see the effects of homelessness in downtown as well. And I just felt like she was ambitious and ready to move forward and work.
Yeah. Okay, so any discussion on this? Questions?
I'd like to go with staff recommendation on this one.
Okay, so then I'll ask for a motion.
I'd like to move that we act on staff recommendation.
Okay.
I'd like to second.
Any other comment? Okay, motion
Yeah.
by Supervisor Half, second by Supervisor Brandon. I'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, so got your faith-based. So now City Council is chosen by the city itself. So that's why we have 2 options here. So I'll look for a motion to approve the 2 representatives from the city, which are Mary Rose Rudakanga, City Administrator, and Colette Such of the City of Sonora. And could we get their spelling on her name adjusted in the official document?
Yes.
And so I'll look for a motion to that effect.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the 2 city choices that they submitted.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Goldenberg. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I'll give it to Supervisor Half. Motion by Supervisor Goldenberg, second Supervisor Half. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And many apologies to Councilman Such. I'll make sure, or Councilperson Such, I'll make sure that's corrected.
Okay, so now we have, what do we have left? The Rancheria.
So those are appointed as well by their organizations. So
Okay.
it's just you approving them. And just also to show you that Lori, who is offered to represent the Tuolumne and Miwok Indians, she's also in District 3. So if you select her, then she would be out of the District 3 selection.
Okay, so let's vote on all of those together here. So we have 1 representative, Chicken Rancheria, Leanne Hatton, 1 representative from Miwok Indians, Lori Severson, 1 representative from HHSA, Rebecca Espino. Are there any others apart from the appointments for individual districts?
Just if you guys want to vote, if the board wants
And
to
we'll,
vote.
we'll do that at the end. Okay.
Okay.
So on those 3 nominations, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Brandon. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, let's do our individual districts. I'll go ahead and start on this side, Supervisor Brandon.
Chairman Gamble, if you don't mind, mine have changed a little bit. If you don't mind, starting with Supervisor Goldenberg and returning.
I'm sorry, could you, I didn't catch that. You said you're...
I'm just reviewing the applications as well again. And
Oh,
so
okay.
2 of the
You're reviewing,
candidates I
okay.
was considering were removed, and I just want to make sure that reviewing the
Okay.
documents again since it's changed.
So Supervisor Goldenberg.
Okay. Some really good people applied, as we've talked about, in the fire committee and on the homeless committee as well here. I had younger people with a lot of energy, people with community involvement, a couple of different business people, planning, faith-based. I mean, it just, they're all quality, a lot of good information. I'm really looking for, we've seen this homeless issue has been hanging here for a long time. It just has not been met head on. And that's what this is about, is to try to move forward on it and really make some progress. So I looked at, candidates with both, their backgrounds, are they able to do that? And do they have planning skills? Planning skills was very important to me in thinking about this. So I chose Rick Breeze Martin to be my choice. He's got an excellent background, including time with ATCA, previous initial director. A lot of strategic planning, community development, economic, nonprofit. He's just got an extensive background, and I think that he'll add a lot to this committee. So that's my nomination.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Kirk?
Sorry for the delay. Again, way too many qualified people. This one I struggle with a lot, but at the end of the day, I do have a person who was in the business world, ran businesses, tech companies, investment companies, business background. He was also a veteran back in the day. He understands, he shares my point of view that it's, and I think we'd all agree, it's a very complex, multiple layered issue, and that if we're going to really make any effect with this group, we have to have community buy-in. This is not a Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors problem to fix. This is a community problem to address. And there has to be some realizations that we cannot fix everything, but that we can influence change the best of our ability. And I think for me, what sold me on him is he is data driven. Homeless is an emotional topic, especially when you go out there and you see the people, you see their circumstances, you read your Bible, you understand you're supposed to be helping people. It is an emotional issue, but I've learned from my little short life that if you don't follow the data, throwing resources and ideas and money at a complex problem like this can actually make it way worse. I think we're seeing that problem throughout our country. So he looks at data, I look at data. I hope this board will look at data and try and make the best informed decisions. And so that's really, it comes down to, we gotta look at the data. If it's working somewhere and it's successful, let's do it. If it's not, we shouldn't be getting involved with it. So, so therefore my choice is going to be Tom Crosby. And Kathleen?
Tom Crosby, you said?
Crosby, correct.
I do not see him on, was he in our?
He's in District 1.
He's actually in District 1, but
okay.
But I became aware of him through some homeless discussions, and I we're a small community. I don't think, 2 miles up the road is going to make a difference from right here. So it's going to be my choice.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Half.
Yeah, I had 3 well-spoken applicants. Their hearts are all in the right place, wanting to help not only the homeless, but the community. And my choice is from somebody who's lived here most all of her life, a young woman. She's a program analyst, but she's done boots on the ground work, forming her own Sierra Mutual Aid to provide on-the-ground help to anyone in need, especially the homeless. And she's coordinated with other homeless service organizers like Resiliency Village. and other projects as well. I think she'll bring the same kind of qualities, detail-oriented problem-solving communication skills to this group. And she's a very collaborative person, and her name is Dana Baker.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, so I'll dive in. So I guess I was fortunate that I had only two candidates to choose from. It was a very difficult decision, but it was made a bit easier because one of them is, Shelley Muniz is connected with the Resiliency Village project and is very active in that, and I really hope that she is engaged through that. So Whitney Hawkins would be my selection because of her background as an eligibility worker, her energy, her enthusiasm, and her experience with dealing with homeless populations, specifically older folks, and understanding their needs and how to work within those communities. And I'm really excited that I think she'll make a really good addition to the team. Okay, Supervisor Brandon, back to you.
Thank you for the patience with that. I was trying to flip through to the right page there. My recommendation will be somebody who has, I think, a lot of experience dealing with behavioral health issues, mental illness, which is one very key aspect, though not the entire thing, but a huge part of many people who are homeless, and has, I think, put her money where her mouth is in that, been running the Lambert Center for many, many years, serving the homeless community as a warming center, a safe place to be able to find resources. And so my recommendation for District 5 will be Janae Lambert.
Okay, man, great people. I like, these are all wonderful people. Okay, so I think that's all 5 districts. So I'll just read these back. So we have Rick Breeze Martin, Representative District 1, Whitney Hawkins, Representative District 2, Tom Crosby, Representative District 3, Dana Baker, Representative District 4, Jeanette Lambert, Representative District 5. Do I have a motion to that effect?
A motion to approve.
I'll second.
Motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Half. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, those opposed, abstained? All right, motion passes 5-0. Okay, and now going back to Supervisor Brandon, some of the line of discussion you had earlier, the reason why I was trying to kind of hold that discussion about whether we should expand or not until after we made selections was because now we have the ability to look at what our team is and whether we need to add to that if we're absolutely missing something. Speaking to kind of your comment about, we don't want to leave people out or offend people, I totally understand that. You have a whole group of people within our county. I mean, I think we all know all of these, just about every person that applied because of some of the activities that they've done to help our community. And so we don't want to leave people out. But at the end of the day, we have to have a deliberative body, and it has to have clearly defined membership, and that's our job on the board. That's part of the difficult job of being a board member, is defining how big is too big, how many members is appropriate. And so, with that in mind, that was just kind of to give you a picture into my thinking about why I wanted to kind of save that discussion until the end. So I will look for discussion from the other supervisors about whether or not we should add representatives from, first, the superintendent of schools, and second, from the Tuolumne County Veterans Office. And I also wanted to ask CAO Riggs, so will Debbie with the Veterans Office, she'll probably be attending these meetings anyway as a function of her job, right?
Well, absolutely. I'm sorry, gosh.
So
If your board,
my point is it necessary to actually appoint her as a member?
No, and that's what as we discussed yesterday, it was an afterthought that if we ask Deb to participate, she will absolutely be there. And this is her passion, of course, is serving the veterans. So yes, I think she'll be there no matter what. And she doesn't necessarily need to be a voting member of the committee.
Okay.
She's also on a subcommittee as well. She's wonderful.
Yeah. Supervisor Brandon.
And Chairman Campbell, thank you for that explanation. I think when we were discussing this committee initially, we had the same conversation. How many is too many? And as you mentioned, part of being a supervisor is making hard decisions in public where everybody can be able to see. These two recommendations to add to the committee are two more than we agreed to have before because we were concerned about this being too large. So I think if that is indeed the consideration relevant to these two, then the only answer is to vote no on that. If we are open to including people that would be helpful and relevant to the discussion, including, for example, ATCA as a community action agency that has a lot to do with this group, then I think we should be considering what other positions may be in a limited number very useful to this space.
Any other comments?
Well, just like I said that I think the fire safe, a representative from the Fire Safe Council was a gross omission. I think a member of the county schools was also a gross omission. We have children that are homeless in this community. It's not well recognized and it's not represented on this committee. So if there was anyone that I would recommend adding, any group, any representative, we do have two nonprofits, so it's not like that category is not representative. But for the category of schools, we have no representation, and I think we should add it.
It's about schools and veterans, correct? I think less is best, but I think all is important. So somebody make a motion, and I'll go with the majority, I think.
Well, that's okay. I'll call for a motion. Do we have a motion about first the superintendent of schools? Because I tend to, I'm kind of on the side with Supervisor Half, that if we were going to add one, that would be the one I would pick. So do I have a motion for superintendent of schools?
A motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor. Oh, sorry. Nope. Did you have a comment? Okay. Supervisor Kirk, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay. Now, if there's no more discussion on Veterans Officer, I'll look to see if there's a motion on the table for that. Okay.
A motion to approve.
To approve selection of Veterans Officer. Okay.
Correct.
So I have a motion. Do I have a second? Okay, I don't hear a second, so that fails. All right. Is there anything else we need to pick? Okay.
Yes. Supervisor Campbell or Chairman Campbell, I'd like to make a nomination for ATCA.
I think we already passed that point. I'm not looking for any more nominations, and so we'll go ahead and close this item and we'll go break for lunch. We'll return at 1 o'clock.
I just want to say I greatly appreciate the homework that you did on this to create this committee. I think it's wonderful, great choices, much appreciated.
Okay, thank you very much. Off. Okay. All right, everybody. Welcome back to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for April 6th. Welcome again. We have a 1 o'clock appointment that we're going to go into, and I'll look to our board clerk to read that appointment for us.
informal presentation by staff and representatives from the California Department of Resources Recovery and Recycle. Cal Recycle.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Jim McCargy, Solid Waste Director. And I'm just going to do a very brief introduction, and then I believe we'll have the representatives from Cal Recycle coming in and doing their presentation. So SB 1383 is the short-lived climate pollutants organic waste reduction legislation that's often referred to as landmark legislation, and it really is, because this is really the most significant and broad and wide scope of legislation we've seen in solid waste and recycling, I think really since the beginning, which was AB 939, which was the California Integrated Waste Management Act of 1989. So this is really a big piece of legislation and a big piece of a regulatory package as well. And I believe it was really born out of AB 32, which was the Global Warming Solution Act of 2006. And that was a focus on greenhouse gas reduction. And out of AB 32 came AB 1826 in 2014, which is mandatory commercial recycling and mandatory commercial organics recycling, I should say, and SB 1383, and that was passed in 2016. And so the purpose of this, again, is greenhouse gas, and specifically methane. And organics, when they're put into the landfill, they're known to generate methane. And methane has been found to be a very potent greenhouse gas. I think something in the neighborhood of 22 times more potent than CO2. So methane is really what we're trying to get under better control with the organics reduction. And Cal Recycle will go into detail on this, but I just wanted to mention that there is a rural exemption, and we will be applying for it here at Tuolumne. And what we'll need to do is do a Board of Supervisors resolution outlining our need for the exemption. Now, that's just for part of the requirements. So it's not an exemption from the entire regulatory package. It's just one aspect of it. And that'll be done in September of this year. So the next thing we'll do is we'll need to pass an ordinance or an enforceable mechanism. And that's for implementation of SB 1383. And there's a whole list of things. I'll just run through them real quickly. Education and outreach, edible food recovery, procurement, Cal Green building standards, water efficient landscaping, enforcement of edible food, and record keeping and reporting. So that'll be January of 2022 that we're required to have that in place. And with that, I'm gonna turn it over to the Cal Recycle folks, and I just want to mention that I believe we have Kara Morgan and Joe Rasmussen, Catherine McDonald, and Harnak Samra. And we also have Mary Pitto from the regional or the Rural Council of Rural Representatives, Environmental Services Joint Powers Authority. We also have her, and she's really an expert on 1383 and did a tremendous amount of work on behalf of us rurals. So we'll have her Mary to participate in the discussion. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Cal Recycle.
Hello there, welcome. We can see you and hear you.
Thank you so much. It looks like Pat still up.
So I see Kara and Joe. Okay, now I see Harnak.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Okay. It looks like Kathy's having some technical difficulties. So I'm going to try and take over the presentation. Try to share my screen. Take that from there. Okay, hold on one second, guys. Okay, can everybody see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. 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 Let me get. Sorry about that. Let me get started. Okay. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Hornick Samra. I'm the representative for Tuolumne County. And good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, and thank you for inviting CalRecycle to present today on Senate Bill 1383. Today's presentation provides a very high-level overview of the requirements for compliance with SB 1383 for Tuolumne County. Today, I'm joined, as you can tell, by CalRecycle's branch chief, Kara Morgan, and I believe environmental scientist Julie Doloff is on there too to address questions and comments at the end of the presentation. Also, I am joined by Joe Rasmussen, who is the manager for Central. And so we'll get right to the presentation and ask you to please save questions and comments at the end, since we only have a limited time. Okay, are you able to see the second screen, slide 2, or?
So what we see right now is the PowerPoint edit screen. And so if you select the slideshow option, we could see the presentation.
Okay, do you see the second screen? Barely. Sorry about this.
Yeah, Harnick, you need to select slideshow.
Okay.
There we go.
You see now, everybody?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
Looks good.
Okay. Okay. So we're on the second one. Let me just. Okay. Do you guys see the screen? Or.
There you go. You've got it now.
Okay. Hold it. Okay. Hold on one second. Give me 1 second. Try to get my speaking notes up. Okay. Okay. Okay, give me 2 minutes, 2 seconds, please. Very sorry about this.
Harnick, would you like me to present and you could advance the slides? Would that be easier?
Yes, if you can, that'd be great. I'm just trying to find my notes. Please.
Sure, no problem. No problem. So just to share with you, and Jim covered this as well, why 1383 is so important. And our main focus is on organic waste that is ending up in our landfills. And not only are we putting food waste and green waste into our landfills, we also have such a large number of Californians that are going, food insecure every day. And, there's a significant amount, we've estimated upwards of 6 million tons of edible, potentially donatable food that could be recovered for people who are in need. Next. Jim also covered that this is a part of California's strategy to combat climate change. The law was designed to deal with methane, which is significantly more potent than carbon dioxide. And to reduce methane now, we have to move away from landfilling organic waste. It's something that we can have an immediate impact on because these are short-lived climate pollutants. And unlike carbon dioxide, which stays in the atmosphere for much longer. Also, with the wildfires and the economic situation that's resulting in so many Californians going hungry every day, it's critical that we address this issue now. We have to work together, and CalRecycle is your partner in this endeavor. Next slide. Just very briefly, what the regulation requires, there is a statewide target of reducing the amount of organic waste that's landfilled, as well as a statewide target of recovering edible food for human consumption. We are going to be sharing, there are a number of aspects of the regulation that Tuolumne County will not be subject to because of the rural waiver. The ESJPA, Mary Pitto, is here, and they have collaborated with us to develop tools for rural counties. And these are tools that Mary is sharing with Jim. We have a rural exemption resolution that will be presented to the board, as Jim mentioned, that will qualify for the county to be eligible for the rural exemption, as well as some additional implementation tools. Next slide. There are so many benefits if we can successfully implement this California super pollutant reduction strategy. I've mentioned some of the environmental benefits. We can fight climate change. We also can improve our air quality. Another benefit, as I mentioned, is providing millions of meals to Californians without enough to eat across the state, and Tuolumne County will also benefit from this endeavor. Also, as we build infrastructure throughout California, we have estimated that there will be thousands of new jobs, green jobs created across the state. Next slide. Before I go on, though, I did want to hit on the waivers. And I just want to provide a brief overview. I'm not going to dive into each type of waiver. I want to focus on first the rural waivers. And this is the waiver that Tuolumne County will apply to the department for. The city of Sonora will also be eligible for this exemption. So basically, what this will do is allow the county and the city to not have to implement the organic waste recycling and collection requirements that are required in the regulation until the year 2027. However, in probably mid-2026, we'll be working with the county to determine if the county and if the city of Sonora would be eligible for an additional waiver called the low population or high elevation waiver, probably the low population. If that is applicable, then the county and potentially the city will be eligible for additional 5 years of being exempted from the organic waste recycling requirements. There are some other requirements that the county will not be subject to until the end of 2026, and that includes the organic waste procurement requirements as well. And we can talk more about that. Next slide. So just briefly to cover the regulatory requirements that the county and city of Sonora will be waived from. I spoke about the organic waste collection requirements. You will be waived from all of those requirements. With respect to education outreach, it kind of makes sense that you will not have to do the education outreach requirements to inform residents and businesses about the organic recycling collection program because you're not having to provide that collection service. The other education requirements apply, and we'll talk more about that. You are also won't be required to regulate your hauler because the county and the city are exempt. Also, when it comes to capacity planning, the county is responsible for leading the capacity planning efforts, but because the county and the city will have a rural exemption, the aspect of planning for organic waste capacity will be waived for this time frame. And again, if later the county is eligible for low population waiver, you will continue to not have to do the organic waste capacity planning. You will have to plan for edible food, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. Also, regarding the procurement requirements, for most jurisdictions, they will have requirements to procure organic waste products like compost, mulch, renewable natural gas, etc., as well as recycled content paper procurement requirements. For you and the city of Sonora, you will not be subject to the organic waste product procurement requirements until January 1, 2027. So again, our team can work with the county and the city in kind of the early part of 2026 on gearing up for those requirements. But as of now, you don't have to deal with those. You will have to implement the recycled content paper product procurement requirement, and we can talk more about that. Also, with respect to the reporting requirements, because of the rural exemption, there will be aspects of the annual report that's submitted to CalRecycle that you will not have to do. Again, you're not providing collection services, so you won't have to report on that aspect. Kind of makes sense. With respect to the enforcement requirements in the regulation, again, the requirements that relate to organic waste collection, you will not have to do. Your focus on inspections and enforcement will be on the edible food recovery program. And there are some record keeping requirements, and Jim will have these details in the information, the guidance that Mary provides on an implementation plan. But there's some record keeping that you'll have to do, and there's record keeping you won't have to do because of the exemption. For the inspections, those inspections on the commercial edible food generators that will start in January 1, 2022. We'll be providing assistance to Jim as far as identifying the generators that are required to start recovering edible food in 2022. I'm not sure how many there really will be in Tuolumne County there. So once we get that data, I'm sure that's Jim will be briefing you on the edible food program. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide.
Next one.
Thank you. So just this slide covers a number of requirements that, again, as I mentioned previously, will not be applicable to the county. So for example, providing organics collection services is not going to be, you'll be waived from that, and potentially even longer if you're eligible for a low population waiver. You are subject to the edible food recovery program. I mentioned aspects of education and outreach. Again, the procurement, you don't have to do all of the procurement because you'll be waived until January 1, 2027. Capacity planning, the focus will be on planning for edible food capacity, and your monitoring and compliance and enforcement will be focused primarily on edible food. Next slide. So just briefly, with respect to what the county is going to have to implement, I think it's important for the Board of Supervisors to be apprised that, Jim mentioned this law and this regulation is really the biggest thing, the biggest change since AB 939. As a result, some aspects of implementing the regulatory requirements are going to need to be done by various departments within the county and not just Public Works. So this slide is just an illustration to share with the board for your consideration and thinking about which staff within the county need to play a role in implementation of the requirements. So, for example, obviously the Board of Supervisors is going to be involved in approving the resolution and the ordinance that will need to be implemented. Your legal staff will be involved in drafting the ordinance, and I'll talk more about some of the model tools CalRecycle has developed. With respect to procurement or purchasing, It's going to be important that the county thinks about for recycled content paper and paper products, which you will have to start implementing January 1, 2022. And there are some aspects of that, cost and comparability and whatnot. But, you know, I think that's something potentially, depending on how purchasing is done in the county, you're going to have to keep records. So thinking about which staff will need to be engaged with that. Certainly, there potentially is a role for Department of Environmental Health. Depends on what the county decides to do with respect to implementation of the commercial edible food recovery program. The food recovery organizations, as well as the Tier 1 and Tier 2 commercial edible food generators, will have to be inspected. And so many counties are utilizing environmental health because environmental health inspectors are going out to these same facilities doing their food permit inspections, and this can be included with those. Next slide. So just briefly, just to talk a bit more about the commercial edible food requirements in the regulations. So the county is going to be responsible for implementing an edible food recovery program for what's called the Tier 1 and Tier 2 commercial edible food generators. This is the group of businesses and entities such as schools that have on-site kitchens that fall into this category. Again, I mentioned we'll be working with Jim, providing him some tools and your staff tools on how to identify these entities so you know who they are and how many you have. But the county is going to be responsible for providing annual education and outreach to these Tier 1 and Tier 2 generators starting January 1, 2022. The county is going to have to assess the capacity of the existing edible food recovery infrastructure, and if there's a gap in infrastructure, how that additional infrastructure can be expanded. I mentioned that there are inspections of Tier 1 edible food generators that need to start, and food recovery organizations and services located in the county that need to start in 2022. Just of note, those inspections do not have to be conducted annually. They can be set on a frequency. For example, if Department of Environmental Health has a certain frequency in which they go out to any of, for example, I don't even know if Tuolumne County has a supermarket, but if they were going out to the supermarket on that frequency, that would be acceptable. There are some record keeping and reporting requirements related to this, and we could go into more of that later if you have questions. Next slide. With respect to inspection and enforcement, as I mentioned, because the county will have an exemption from the organic waste collection requirements, that's collecting at curbside from residential and commercial businesses, your focus for inspection and enforcement is going to be on primarily the edible food recovery program. So that's something that the county will need to think about how that is implemented. The regulations do require that starting in 2024, that if the county has a situation of non-compliance, that there is an enforcement process that the county needs to follow. There's flexibility in how that is conducted, but it is something that we'll need to start. Our focus, and I think, we are envisioning that by providing adequate education early on, providing these generators with access to edible food recovery programs, our hope is that there will be little in the way of needing to enforce. Next slide. CalRecycle, our oversight also begins January 1, 2022. So we will have responsibility for reviewing each jurisdiction's compliance with the regulations, as well as responsibility for what we call entities that are non-local entities or local education agencies. These are public universities, school districts, schools, federal facilities, state agencies. CalRecycle will be responsible for enforcing over those entities. As I mentioned, the focus from CalRecycle is really working with Tuolumne County, to provide you assistance so that you can be in compliance. Our goal is not to focus on enforcement, although we will use the enforcement tools that are provided in the regulations if we need them. First and foremost, CalRecycle would conduct a compliance evaluation of the county. If there are gaps, we would inform the county and give you an opportunity to address those gaps if there are any. Only if CalRecycle finds it necessary would we embark on the enforcement pathway. That includes a notice of violation with a specified amount of time to correct the violation. And if needed, there is additional time in what we call a corrective action plan, if that's necessary. And then it's only if we have an egregious situation where the gaps were not corrected that CalRecycle would initiate a penalty. And all of the penalties and the amounts in the process are laid out in the regulation. Next slide. So just briefly, I want to hit on CalRecycle's model implementation tools. I won't spend a lot of time on this, but we've mentioned that the ESJP will be providing a sample waiver or exemption request that the county will need to approve a resolution that will then be submitted to CalRecycle in September for approval. We also have a number of tools that we've created, what we call the model enforcement ordinance, which is something that the county will need to approve and have in place by January 1, 2022. That model ordinance is designed to be plug and play. The county will pull out the aspects of the model ordinance that aren't applicable and put in specifics for the county. So we hope that that will reduce the amount of time that's necessary for passing the ordinance. The county is responsible for implementing the Cal Green Code as it relates to recycling. As I understand it, you're already doing that, so that may not really be something new, as well as the Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance and implementation of that. So if those are things that the county is already implementing, those won't be new, even though they're a requirement in the regulations. We are, as I mentioned, we'll be working with Jim, we'll be rolling out guidance for tools on identifying the edible food recovery generators, as well as a tool for surveying the existing edible food recovery organizations and services located in the county to get a sense of capacity. We also will have an edible food capacity planning tool to help the county in conducting its capacity planning efforts with the city of Sonora. We also are in the process, have underway a statewide education campaign, primarily focused on residential generators. And those tools will be coming out in the fall. Some of those tools may be applicable, or, the county may want to utilize some of those tools. A big focus of those tools will be on organic waste recycling, so curbside recycling. So you may or may not find them helpful since you're exempt from those requirements. We will be rolling out tools for providing education to commercial edible food generators, and I think that will be quite helpful to the county. We also will be providing a record implementation tool for the county to be able to organize the records that need to be kept on a regular basis. Some jurisdictions are also using commercial tools provided by companies like Recyclist or Minerva are examples. So it'll be up to the county to decide how they want to manage, how you all want to manage your records. We have also provided a procurement calculator tool. That tool is not particularly going to be of need to the county since you are exempt until the end of 2026 from the organic waste procurement requirements. But there is a part of the tool that can be utilized for your paper product procurement. So I think it's worthwhile to look at that tool and see how best that can be utilized. There are also a number of new requirements for solid waste facilities, material recovery facilities, for example, what we call transfer and processing stations. We have been providing training to facility operators and municipal operators. And we have more trainings coming up this month with respect to that. Next slide. So just in wrapping up, I appreciate the opportunity to be here before the board today. I know that there are so many competing priorities that you have as leaders in your rural county. At the same time, it's critical that all of us in California address this important issue of climate change. This is something that we can have a very real and immediate positive impact on our climate. And I think it is something that we look forward to working with the county and the county staff and moving the county towards implementation of this important regulation. So I thank you so much, and I'll open it up to questions.
Question from the board, Supervisor Half.
Yeah, I'm not sure who was just speaking then. Who was that?
That was Kara.
Kara, thank you for the presentation. I got a lot about requirements, regulations, record keeping. I didn't hear anything about funding. I'd like to hear something about funding, how you're going to help us fund this.
Sure. Well, the legislature did put into the legislation that there was no additional funding to local jurisdictions for implementation, for staffing and the like. It is intended to be funded through local fees, et cetera. So that was put into the legislation. CalRecycle has a number of grant programs that we have been implementing, particularly to expand edible food recovery, and we could, have those conversations with your staff to provide that assistance. CalRecycle is also working closely with the ESJPA to develop these model tools to hopefully save some staff time by developing these tools to help all of you. So thank you. I appreciate the comment, and that there is also funding for infrastructure, but that's not really going to apply to the county at this time.
When you say, I'm trying to key in on a couple of things. So it doesn't sound like there is any specific funding designated for implementation. You mentioned local fees. Are you talking local fees that the county would implement to pay for this, or that the state would implement?
Yeah, the legislature wrote into the legislation that these would be local fees, so this would be the county.
And so if we don't implement those fees, then the cost would fall on the county's general fund then?
That potentially could be the pathway, yeah.
Okay, so what types of fees are we talking about that the county would implement? Are you talking like property assessment or like point of sale type fees? What are the primary things being proposed?
I might.
Well,
I'm sorry, Cara. I was just going to interject real quickly. Something along the lines of a solid waste fee, perhaps on a tonnage basis of waste collected in the county. I know fees of different types have been implemented, particularly with the AB 939 way back when there was a big hurdle to get over in really putting that into play. So solid waste generation fees of some sort, I think, is what most likely would happen.
Okay. And I'll speak a little bit to what I'm sure others might be thinking right now, is that we have had in the past, our county typically struggles every year, and some portion of that economic difficulty that we have now that was not necessarily there in years past, you can attribute to unfunded mandates. And so that's why you'll probably hear a little hesitation when we talk about, new requirements on staff time, resources, that, we're struggling to maintain the services and resources that we have right now without adding to them. So finding ways to fund it is pretty, we're willing to do whatever we need to follow the law. But if we don't have the funding for it, it makes the job near impossible. I kind of jumped over what Supervisor Half was saying, but were there other questions for Kara?
No, not questions. I just, I see issues for fines and whatnot if things don't happen in the future. Right now, we have an issue where maybe Waste Management is taking recycle and trash and throwing it in the same truck. So I'm just curious if there will be consequences or also verbiage about the providers also having to make sure that they're doing their part. Maybe that's a question for.
Yeah, and I think that would be incorporated into future agreements that we have with the haulers, and making sure we, very clearly identify those, those expectations and what the consequences are.
And I'll just see that at that, because I know we're all concerned about funding. It's like another unfunded mandate again.
Supervisor Brandon?
Yeah, thank you for presenting. I think people a lot of times get the impression with local government, it's dollars, 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 right? Or where's the revenue coming from? When we're talking about these unfunded mandates, these are libraries staff. These are libraries. These are deputies on the street, right? I mean, these are offices. I mean, these are real tangible services here that get impacted by this. And we have been hit for over a decade by really dire financial straits. And so it's very hard, even though this is something that in concept I think is a great idea, to then place that on an already stressed county it's very difficult, especially not to offer something that is, tax credits or a waiver of some type to help support a private sector able to, start this off. Because what I'm hearing is we only have funding from the state potentially to implement something that allows us to then tax locals to pay for something that they had no say in, really. And it's really upsetting to me. I represent District 5. District 5's one of the major agricultural and ranching areas, and it sounds like under edible food generator, that would include, if I'm understanding correctly, potentially ranching, farms, cottage industries, farmers markets.
Yeah, likely, Supervisor, those will not fall under the Tier 1, Tier 2 generators.
Those will be under Tier 2?
They will not actually they won't fall under either.
Okay. And what are,
yeah,
and this might be a question of Sarah and Tracy to learn a little bit more later, but I mean, Prop 4 requirements related to reimbursing local governments on state services, state mandated services above what we're required to provide. Isn't the state legally required to provide funding for these services?
Supervisor Brandon, we're going to have to look into this in a lot more detail. So it's something that my deputy Cody Nesper and I will dig into, and then work with solid waste and come back to your board to explain a little bit more about some of the legal mechanisms to answer some of your questions.
Okay. For those watching, if I have the section correct, I believe it's Article 16, Section 6 of the California Constitution. It was a Proposition 4 that any state mandates placed on a local government in excess of what we're already doing, I believe, has to be reimbursed. And this seems to be exactly like a case study of that. Might be a great idea, but it's just another cost on us. I did have a question specific to Sonora. Sonora's on my district, but I looked it up real quick with the census. 4,844 people, the limit's at 5,000. Does that cause concern that if it just increased a little bit, we're going to have to implement a new program? Is it a really hard line at 5,000 there for the, I believe, low population waiver?
Sure. So just to clarify, for January 1, 2022 until the end of 2026, both the county and the city will be under that rural exemption.
Right.
In 2026, that is when the city will need to evaluate whether it meets the threshold for low population waiver, and that is below 7,500 people or 5,000 tons of disposal from 2014. So that'll be something they'll have to look at that point.
Okay. Echoing some of the concerns of Supervisor Kirk, when we have a recycling and waste contract, we've sent off a letter dealing with this of the garbage and recycling being mixed together, alleging that there may be some breach of that. Potentially having something that explains in this how we're able to be protected in that if we are in good faith trying to follow through with it, and we don't have locally here our own trash disposal facilities. So we're kind of in a unique spot with that. I didn't hear it mentioned. I think that's something that to us would be very important. My only last thing is we do have several supermarkets and we have a lot of very normal things here. So it's a very nice area.
Supervisor Goldenberg. Okay. So I'm just looking at, so we're talking January 2022 is when you have the 10 primary elements to this. Yeah, okay. I just think about, so many of, looking at the planning department and, what they go through and some of the frustration with some of the folks that, want to build or want to do business. And so many of those regulations are not originated at the county level, that they're state level guidelines, and yet the counties often serve as the point people that bear the brunt of explaining why these things are in place and trying to implement them and justify them. And it may seem like, I'm not opposed. These are all wonderful ideas, and I think they're all things that we need in this state and in this county, but there's got to be some way to, I don't want to have to. Supervisor Brandon mentioned some of our other resources in this county, libraries. To limit those other services in order to offer these, I don't know that that's a very good trade. I don't know. So I'm going to look and see, do we have any public comment? Okay. So did you have any more to present, or are we kind of, you're not looking for any motion or action from the board at this time, right?
No specific action at this time. This was an informational presentation. We do have Mary Pitto. I'm not sure, Mary, if you had anything additional to offer. Again, Mary Pitto with the Rural County Representatives of California did a lot of work on this on behalf of the rurals. And really, these requirements would have been significantly more onerous on us rurals had it not been for RCRC and the Environmental Services Joint Powers and Mary. Mary, is there anything? There she is.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just want to say that the ESJPA will continue to work with our counties and help with the implementation in any way we can to lessen the amount of work that your staff will have to do. We'll be providing, we'll be manipulating some of the model tools that Cal Recycle has done to make them more adaptable for our rural counties. And we will be assisting in any way we can to help with the implementation for your staff.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you, Chairman Campbell. And I appreciate it. And I know you're doing our job, or your job, and Mary, that you're advocating for us. And I really do appreciate that. And it's not to be a Debbie Downer on it. I know that this is coming from the state and the legislature, and this is just being implemented. But in being our advocates and our kind of scion there to represent us, but please, take these concerns, and if we can be able to even get more, even Tuolumne County among rural counties, I would say, is in a unique challenge related to waste disposal and how much of our land is actually our land versus federal. Those are important considerations. I did have one thing, which is why I wanted to ask one last question. And I was just thinking in relation to organic waste and paper, this may be kind of out in left field there, but we do have fairly significant biomass energy generation, cogeneration facilities here. Is there any opportunity for this, clean energy that's provided to have that looped into a program where instead of potentially recycling the paper, it's put towards, power generation, offsetting fossil fuels or anything like that? I know that's a weird one, but that would be one disposal option if that was possible.
I think maybe Kara, you could respond to that one.
Sure, happy to. Yeah, Supervisor, there is an opportunity. The biomass requirements to allow it to count needs to be paper that is not recyclable. So there's some aspects there that would need to be explored. But I do want to reiterate that the county will be exempted until at least the end of 2027 from any of the fiber, food waste, green waste requirements, collection requirements in the regulations. So I think what's nice about that is it does give us time to work with the county over the next few years in the event the county is not eligible for low population waiver come 2027. Did that help answer your question?
Yes, it did. Thank you. And it's good to know that may be an alternative here locally.
And if you mentioned it, I'm sorry I missed it, but does this relate in any way to the disposal of treated lumber? Does that fall under this umbrella?
No, it doesn't.
That's already happened, and that's separate from what we're discussing here.
Yeah, that was a regulatory change as of January 1st this year, promulgated through the DTSC, Department of Toxic Substance Control, and there is a variance program that we're pursuing, and there's some longer term, probably legislation that's going to be needed. Okay.
And I'll just, that's a bit of a side topic, but I will just share with you that I've spoken to many, more than one builder in our county that's gone to our transfer facility. They've been told that they can't drop their waste if it has treated lumber in it, and to go take it back home, pull out every piece of treated lumber, and then come back. And what they've been telling me they've been doing with it is they've been piling it up and burning it. It's because we don't have any other place in this county to take it. And if you're looking at people who are, struggling with getting, who have small businesses, it's pretty hard to blame somebody that they can't drive 75 miles to dump a load of trash, So that's an issue that we have in the county, and I don't know if there's some way to incorporate that with what we're discussing here, but some kind of facility that's suitable for taking hazardous materials of that type would be helpful. Any other comments, questions? And I did ask for public comment. Okay, now this was informational only.
Right.
So thank you very much. I know this is difficult stuff, but we appreciate your candor and explaining it to us.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say thank you to all the Cal Recycle folks and to Mary Pitto, and more to follow.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so we have a 1:30 appointment and another 1:30 appointment. So I'll look to the board clerk. Could you please read our first 1:30 appointment?
Public hearing to consider ordinance for zone change to rezone a 40.03 acre parcel from AE 37 to RE 10 and open space under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, and approving Resolution 2520 for agricultural preserve alteration to remove a 40.3 acre parcel from Agricultural Reserve 220, which currently consists of 417.87 acres.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Quincy Yaley here, Community Development Department Director, here with Natalie Rizzi. And we are just getting our presentation loaded here.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Natalie Rizzi, the Land Use Coordinator for Community Development Department. And the project we have before you is the Oaks Zone Change RZ 20-007 and Agricultural Preserve Alteration AP 20-005. And the applicants are Ed and Pamela Oaks. The project consists of ordinance for zone change RZ 20-007 to rezone a 40.03 acre parcel from AE 37 to RE 10 and O under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, and resolution for agricultural preserve alteration AP 20-005 to remove a 40.3 acre parcel from Agricultural Preserve 220, which consists of 417.87 acres. The zone change will bring the parcel into conformance with the general plan land use designation that was amended during the most recent general plan update. This rezone would support your board's goal to implement economic planning and development efforts by achieving two of the initiatives as adopted in January 2021, to align zoning with general plan to streamline housing and commercial development opportunities and explore creative land use and zoning options to provide flexibility. The agricultural preserve alteration is needed to remove the parcel from Preserve 220 because the RE10 zoning would not be consistent with the requirements for inclusion within an agricultural preserve. The applicant has also applied for tentative parcel map T20-022 to divide the 40.3 acre parcel into four parcels of 10.0 and 10.01 acres. The parcel map is not being considered and will be handled by the county surveyor at a later date, as the county surveyor is the deciding body for tentative parcel maps. The project site is located at 16075 Avenida del Sol East in the community of Sonora. Assessor's parcel number 3833002. The existing general plan land use designation of the site is large lot residential. Here is a map of the project site and surrounding parcels. The proposed RE10 zoning would be consistent with residential estate parcels in the vicinity of the project site. And here is the proposed ordinance exhibit map, which shows the areas proposed for rezone to RE10 and open space. The open space encompasses approximately 8 acres of the 40.03 acre site and is proposed around the drainage on site, which contains the highest priority habitat. And here is the Ag Preserve alteration map, which shows the proposed removal of the project site from Agricultural Preserve 220. 45 property owners within 1,000 feet of the project site were notified of the proposed project by mail on June 10, 2020. The Community Development Department received a total of 7 responses. 2 were in opposition, 2 were in support, and 3 were neutral with some concern or questions. Concerns were raised about fire hazards. The project was reviewed by the Tuolumne County Fire Prevention Division. They have provided conditions which have been incorporated into the project's conditions of approval for the tentative parcel map. These conditions include requirements for defensible space setbacks, fuel modification program, road access, driveway access, and residential gates. Concerns were raised about the loss of agricultural land. The proposed zoning of RE10 allows for farming and ranching uses and will allow for the continued use of the vineyard on site. Impacts related to rezoning the property from AE37 to RE10 were analyzed in the EIR for the 2010 General Plan Update, including impacts to agriculture and removal from the agricultural preserve. The project was reviewed by the Agricultural Advisory Committee, and they recommended approval of the project with inclusion of a 200-foot agricultural setback along the western boundary of the site, which would reduce impacts on the agriculturally designated parcel to the west. Concerns were raised about payment of road fees and the use of Crest Ridge Avenue without payment into the County Service Area or CSA fund. Crest Ridge Avenue has been publicly dedicated, which allows use by all members of the public. The county cannot restrict access for roads which have been publicly dedicated. Additionally, Tuolumne County does not enforce or have jurisdictions over covenants, conditions, and restrictions for homeowner associations, and any concerns are not able to be addressed by county staff or Board of Supervisors. Concerns were raised about traffic increase. The project has been conditioned to require payment of traffic impact mitigation fees, which are prior to the development of any new single-family dwelling on site. Concerns and questions were raised about access. The parcels will be accessed via a common driveway off Avenida del Sol East. The common driveway has been reviewed by the Tuolumne County Fire Prevention Division and Engineering Division for consistency with Titles 11 and 15 of the Ordinance Code and the California Fire Code. A detailed code analysis will be conducted by each division upon receipt of a grading permit application. Concerns were raised about setting a precedent by approving the rezone. The general plan land use designation of the project site was amended to large lot residential during the 2018 general plan update, along with other parcels along Avenida del Sol and Avenida del Sol East. The general plan update sets the density standards in the county. Zone change RZ20-007 would bring the parcel zoning into consistency with the general plan designation. Impacts to this rezoning have been addressed in the EIR for the 2018 general plan update. Each proposal to rezone is viewed independently, and a decision made for one parcel would not impact the decision of another parcel. Each rezone application is reviewed for consistency with Tuolumne County General Plan and Ordinance Code, and findings of approval must be made by the Board of Supervisors. Concerns were raised about the letter not having enough information. The Community Development Department sends out stakeholder letters when a project is first submitted. The purpose is to gather initial comments and see which areas of concern should be addressed during the application review process. This is done before the project is complete and before conditions have been drafted. When the application is brought before the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors, the adjoining property owners will receive a notice of the hearing and a link of where to find detailed project information. The response to letters also indicated questions on the application which were answered by staff at the time. The letters posed questions regarding Avenida del Sol East and if any changes or improvements would be required to be made. The Engineering Division reviewed the proposed project and indicated that proof of access to the property by a deeded or dedicated road to be submitted to the Engineering Division prior to approval of the final map. The Engineering Division provided conditions to ensure the proposed common driveway meets Title 11 standards. They did not require improvements to be made to Avenida del Sol East. Another response asked if public water and sewer could be made available to serve the project site. The RE10 zoning district does not require connection to public water or sewer, and the project site is currently served via private wells and private sewage disposal systems. The Tuolumne Utilities District was contacted, and they indicated the closest water line is located approximately 600 feet from the project site, and that sewer service would not be available. The project was considered by the Agricultural Advisory Committee on September 17, 2020. The committee recommended approval of the project with a 200-foot setback along the western boundary of the project site adjacent to APN 38-330-01, as this parcel contains the Agricultural General Plan designation. This is consistent with policy 8A4 of the general plan. The 200-foot setback was incorporated into the conditions of approval for the tentative map and will be required to be shown on the final map. The project was considered by the Tuolumne County Planning Commission on March 3, 2021. The Planning Commission recommended approval of zone change RZ 20-007 based on findings 1A through 1D and recommended approval of agricultural preserve alteration AP 20-005 based on findings 2A through 2D. Discussions at the meeting ensued regarding fire hazards, impacts to wildlife, access and the use of a CSA-funded road, and potential to connect to public water and sewer, which have been discussed during the adjoiner comments section of this presentation. Staff has determined that the project is consistent with findings 1A through 1D of the zone change application and findings 2A through 2D of the agricultural preserve alteration. The Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors may either approve the project with modifications, deny the project, or send the project back to staff for further review. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I'll open the public hearing. I'll start with if there are any questions for staff first, then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll hear from the board. Questions? Supervisor Brennan?
Thank you for your presentation. I just had one question related to roads, and I think you covered, and I just didn't quite get it. Long-term maintenance, is there being considered kind of a service district for that area moving forward once it's improved?
You mean for Avenida del Sol East or just in that general area?
Say just for in that general area. I know that one issue we faced in the past, and again, I'm speaking at it, the specifics, you're very familiar with the project. I know that just generally we have built a lot of roads in the county without the funding mechanisms to pay for the maintenance in the future, and I'd hope that we'd be able to see if there were options there, what they would be.
I don't think they have been considered specifically for Avenida del Sol East, and I know other roads in that area are currently within a CSA for funding of the maintenance. It's just specifically Avenida del Sol East is not a part of that.
And Quincy Yaley, Community Development Director. In addition, if and when there's building permits that are processed for these future lots, they would pay a traffic impact mitigation fee at that time, which goes into fee programs for road improvements.
Right. It's a one-time fee though, right?
Correct. Traffic impact mitigation fees are a one-time fee.
Is that a recommendation we can make if this is an adjacent property that it would join the CSA?
Sorry.
No worries.
So the engineering looked at that, and from their point of view, they could not require that the CSA be expanded to serve that use. The CSAs are formed for specific property areas, and they have to go through a process if they were going to be added or withdrawn from a CSA. Avenida del Sol's the maintenance of that road is already funded and taken care of through the CSA. Is that right, Natalie? No, it's not in the CSA. Okay, I'll let you talk about it.
I think she covered it all. Just basically my conversations with engineering division was that we could not require that that road be added and that they pay into that fund.
Okay, and this is a county maintained road you mentioned, right? In the neighborhood?
Avenida del Sol is not publicly maintained. It is privately maintained, but publicly dedicated. The same with, I believe the concern specifically addressed Crest Ridge Avenue, and that is maintained by the CSA, and it is publicly dedicated as well.
Excellent, thank you so much.
Supervisor Goldenberg?
I just had one question. The traffic impact mitigation fees on a project like this size, what kind of amounts would we be talking?
I believe for a new single-family dwelling, the traffic impact fee is around $5,000 right now for a parcel of this size.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now this is a public hearing, so I'll see if we have any comments. Okay, we do. So at this time, I'll open it up for the public to comment on this item. Hello, welcome. You're on with the board.
Yes, hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, I can hear you. This is Ed Oaks, and I heard the thing about the road maintenance. We actually, 6 members of Avenida del Sol East and Avenida del Sol have an actual road maintenance agreement, a legal road maintenance agreement, which we pay into every year to maintain our existing road.
All right, thank you.
The new road, I believe, because we are not intending to sell the parcels are for family use only, we would probably maintain the common access at our expense.
Questions from Mr. on the phone? Okay, do you have anything else for us, sir?
No, I thank you for your help.
Okay, thank you very much. And we have another person calling in.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Hudspeth, and I'm the program director for CSERC. CSERC would like to point out that the rezoning these parcels would move the 40-acre site from Agriculture Preserve 220. It would also result in the creation of, I'm sorry for the dog in the background. It would also result in the creation of a 4 10-acre parcel, breaking up one of the few remaining large parcels that now provide wildlife refuge amongst all the surrounding smaller parcels and cleared habitats. But CSERC is not asking the county to reject this application for either of these effects on the agriculture preserve or the loss of wildlife habitat. Instead, our center strongly opposes rezoning the project to RE10 because of the fire risk issue. Leading up to this project site is a south-facing slope covered with dense oak and brush vegetation. The site itself is oak woodland with brush and flammable annual grasses. During dry conditions, this site has all factors for severe wildfire, which is why it has a very high fire hazard rating. Yet the applicant desires to rezone it to allow 4 parcels with 4 separate residents. There is a single vetted access road leading onto this property off of Avenida del Sol. If a wildfire sweeps along Avenida del Sol, there is absolutely no possible secondary route for 4 families to use to escape with their lives. The agenda report assures that county fire staff has provided conditions that include defensible space setbacks, fuel modification, road and driveway access, and residential gates. First, 20 years from now, whatever fuel modification may have been required may be meaningless. Fuel grows back. Second, claiming that defensible space setbacks will be protective is also totally meaningless because neither CAL FIRE nor the county have ever consistently inspected properties for fire clearances. And the single most problematic issue is that the fact that it does not matter whether the dead-end road is wide or narrow if the road is blocked by flames. A wider road allows for a fire engine to get past escaping residents exiting the site, but if flames block the dead-end road, there is simply no way to escape. Those who represent the county are supposed to have the foresight and the willingness to just say no when the proposed zoning of this site has high potential to place residents in harm's way. CSERC respectfully urges that you vote no on this application. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you very much for calling and for your comments. Any other comments? Okay, we have an additional caller.
Good afternoon, members of the board. This is Richard James with Land and Structure. Can you hear me?
Hello, and welcome. You're on with the Board of Supervisors. We can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Richard James. I am the project surveyor for this project, helping the Oaks family. I'm here to answer any technical questions you may have with regards to the map. While I do appreciate CSERC's comments, we also need to keep in mind that we are bringing this parcel into compatibility with the general plan. We're not just creating and doing a general plan amendment, which could create further development that's already allowed by the current general plan zoning. With regards to fire, Avenida del Sol actually does connect through, in theory, with the right-of-way, and I know there are some substandard roads. In the event of a fire emergency, I do believe there would be adequate means for the homeowners to escape, not necessarily via county-maintained roads, but through other access roads in the area. If there's any other questions, comments, I'd love to help answer them for the board and for the public.
All right, thank you very much for calling in and looking to see, are there any questions, Supervisor Brandon?
Yeah, thank you for calling in. That was a question that I had too. I just pulled up Google Maps here to kind of scroll around a little bit, and it did seem like Avenida Sol, does connect through from Phoenix Lake all the way over to Crestridge Avenue. And
Correct.
So I was curious what CSERC's comment was there, if maybe I misunderstood it.
My understanding with that road, Avenida del Sol, is not improved to county standards as far as width and slopes. So when you're going and looking from an access meeting county standards, it doesn't meet that criteria. However, there is the adequate space and easement there to put that in. And I do know there are other parcels up there that do have access off of other areas other than Crestridge coming into there.
Great. Yeah, thank you very much. And Quincy, would you be able to provide any comment on that too? Oh.
Can you restate the question, Supervisor
Yeah,
Brandon?
absolutely. CSERC had mentioned, I believe, that it was a one-way in, one-way out. It seems on the map that it's not, but the survey was mentioning that it, even though it's not a county-maintained road, may not be to the exacting standards. It does connect through, and I'm just trying to. It seems, I don't know. It seems very clearly not a one-way in, one-way out, but I want to make sure that I'm understanding it correctly. It's not blocked off. There's not some.
Yeah, so I haven't driven the entirety of that road, but I do know that I've accessed an adjacent parcel from the Phoenix Lake Road area. And like he said, in the event of emergency, I think it could be a secondary access route. It just does not meet county standards, and it's not paved, but I think could be a potential secondary access in the event of emergency.
And just furthermore, the project does meet our standards and specifications when we're looking at land divisions for on-site roads. You know, there's going to be conditions of approval on the map that require on-site road standards to be met. The Department of Public Works looks at if there are any off-site road improvements that are needed, and they didn't feel that there were any. And so we are recommending approval because the project is consistent with the ordinance code and with the general plan.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
So I had a question, and we're kind of in a state of flux on it right now, but this recent discussions about the Board of Forestry changing regs, I was wondering how that would affect this project.
It would absolutely affect this project. So if this project were to be considered after any of the forest practice rules went into effect, it could affect the land division. And if they were to come in for building permits, they could be required to make any of the Board of Forestry offsite improvements that come forward in those rules, which could essentially make these parcels unbuildable from a financial standpoint.
Okay, thank you.
Just one question, and I think you can answer this, or the Richard. Are there any gates on that road, or any plans to install gates that you're aware of?
My understanding right now is there's the one gate located just off of Crestridge, And I do believe there may be a couple private gates that are not closed. I've seen them in there in the past, but I do know that a lot of the homeowners in those areas have talked to each other and have kind of handshake agreements as far as access through fire events and emergency events like that. I believe they may be closed, but not necessarily locked. It's to deter unwanted people from coming in there, dumping trash and things like that on these larger acreage parcels.
And what I'm speaking specifically to is gates going across Avenue del Sol.
There would be the one right there where Crest Ridge dies into Avenida del Sol. The change from, there's a spur road that comes off, and there's a gate there that's been there for a while. It does have fire access apparatus on it.
Okay, any other questions? Yeah, Supervisor Half.
I have a question and then probably some comments. The first question is for you, and that is, I wanted to make sure I understood properly. This is one larger parcel that's being divided up for 4 families?
It's one family, all 4 relatives. I believe they're all children of Mr. Oaks.
Okay. So I would like to make a comment. If I understood CSERC's comments properly, those comments don't make common sense to me regarding the fire and the hazardous area, because it just makes more sense to me if you have one property owner or you have 4 different owners, you have a better probability of having 4 property owners keep up and maintain their property, get defensible space and that kind of stuff, rather than just one property owner trying to maintain all of that area. So that's my comment.
Okay, so if there's no other questions for staff, are there any other public comment calls? Okay, no other public comment calls. Mr. James, thank you very much. Okay, so I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll motion. Motion to approve.
Okay, so I have a motion from Supervisor Brandon.
And I'll second.
Second from Supervisor Kirk. And I think this is in, it's in that weird area that, and I don't mean weird because of where, but by the district lines it's weird, but not.
But it says 2 and 4, and I don't see where 4, it comes into 4 at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm thinking it would probably be either 1 and 2. Yeah, I think it's probably 1 and 2. So, nonetheless, we had a motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by, I think, Supervisor Kirk, correct? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll change gears here. We will recess as the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. We'll reconvene as the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District for our second 1:30 appointment. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
We have our
Chairman
illustrious
Campbell.
Ag Commissioner here today.
Good afternoon, Board. Yes, I am Kelly Schroeder, the Ag Commissioner and also the Air Pollution Control Officer. And today I'm here for the last step of our air pollution control budget for 2021. And on March 2nd, I was here before your board and we conducted a public hearing to review the 2021 Air Pollution Control District budget and to receive comments from the public. We received none. So today this hearing is to adopt the budget as the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District. As set forth, and our recommendation is that after conducting our public hearing today, that the board adopts the air pollution control budget as presented.
Okay. Questions from the board? Looking, I thought I saw a nod, but oh, okay. All right. So I will go ahead and call for public comment. Any public comment?
Supervisor Campbell, do you want to open the public hearing?
I thought I did. Air Pollution Control District Board, I'll open the public hearing. Ask for public comment. And I don't see any. Okay, still any other comments from the board? Otherwise, I'll ask for a motion.
I would like to ask just one question. Overall, what would you say? It looks like there's a pretty considerable jump in the budget from 1920 to 2021. And just generally speaking, what would you attribute that to?
A majority of that was the salaries. We had an employee who was out for almost a year.
So still looking for a motion if.
I'll make a motion to adopt the Air Pollution Control District 2021 budget.
And I'll second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Goldenberg, second by Supervisor Kirk. Call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, abstained. Okay, motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 2:32.
What number are we on? 15? 16. Okay, good. We're almost done.
So we completed our afternoon appointments for today, and so we're going to go back to our regular agenda. I think where we left off was item 16. Am I correct? Okay. So, well, lightning always can strike twice. You know. Clerk, could you please read item 16 for us?
Consideration of appointing/reappointing the commission members of the Historic Preservation Review Committee.
Hello again.
Good afternoon, Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. The item here before you is to consider approving some appointments and reappointments to our Historic Preservation Review Commission. This commission is made up of 9 members who have demonstrated interest, competence, or knowledge in historic preservation. Chapter 2.38 of our ordinance code establishes this commission as well as their procedures, duties, and processes. Some of the things that this commission is responsible for doing includes inventorying, compiling, recording, and updating cultural resources information for our county. They allow for public participation in the review process. They serve as an advisory agency for projects on county-owned property that involve cultural resources. They review building permits for demolition of structures that are 50 years of age or older. They also review conditional use permits in the H, which is our historic or historic design preservation district, and they provide a technical assistance and expertise to the Community Development Department. This commission only meets when there are items that they need to consider, and we have a number of individuals seeking reappointment and some seeking new appointments, and so I'm here today to ask you to consider these applications and appoint or reappoint individuals to this commission, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. And so do we have any new applicants for these?
Yes, you have new applications from BZ Smith and Crystalline Hodson.
And are those by district? Are they open?
They are not by district. They are, the ordinance code states that first that they should be appointed from professionals who are in disciplines related to architectural history, planning, other historic type preservation activities, but that the commission membership may also include lay members who have just demonstrated a special interest, competence, or experience and knowledge of American studies, anthropology, geography, and other historic preservation related disciplines.
Okay, and if we appoint all the recommended members, will we have any vacancies on the Historic Preservation Review Committee?
We will still have vacancies.
How many?
2, I believe.
3.
3. Thank you. 3.
Well, no, it would be 2, right?
No, it's
with
on
B.
the front page of the memo.
Yeah, but it doesn't have BZ on that one.
Oh.
So with her, that would be 2, I think. Oh, that's right. So we lost 1 and then we're adding 1. Okay, so yeah, it would be 3. Okay, questions from the board?
Yeah, I have one. I'm trying to remember what it was. Yeah, what kind of outreach was done to let the public know that there was a possibility of reinstituting this group?
The outreach that's done is our standard outreach for all of our committees and commissions where the board clerk posts those vacancies.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon?
So, one question right now is the quorum for this body, is it out of 9 or is it out of the sitting members?
It's out of the sitting members.
Okay. So looking at this committee, there's, a few concerns. I think the thing that I heard over and over from the community, we all love our sense of place and our local history. We're either born here and a part of it or moved here because we love that. And that's incredibly important. But what I've heard about, in particular this committee, has been it's a no body, right? You go there, it's a no. It's a no, it's a no, it's a no. And I know there are particular projects, whether it's, art. I think one particular one that, we've spoken about has been, trying to bring in a 3D crosswalk in Jamestown to make it a little safer, try something out. Something that is, a fairly temporary change to that, and that the community, I think, really wants, and not really considering those things. It's not isolated to that one incident. So where I think this committee's been, I can say is not where I'm at with it. And so in reappointing a lot of the members, that's a concern to me because while I have the greatest respect for some of them, at the same point, I want a committee that is passionate about our history and our locality, but wants to work with people to be a proactive, positive body that says, you're trying to build something here. How do we provide historic input? How do we dive into the archives? How do we get knowledgeable people that want to help that project be better? Not a body that says, won't do it, send in a bunch more designs, and it is kind of a red tape group. So it's not where I'm at with that. I know that we've discussed potentially restructuring some of our boards, committees, and commissions, recognizing that, for example, many of these have been vacant positions since 2017. Clearly something about what we're doing isn't working. I think it's partly maybe how we're recruiting. It's partly the board's interests. It's something we've identified and I think will in the future be looking at. So should we be reappointing all of these people to a committee that may be different in how it operates, in its membership? And the last thing is, it's very hard for me looking at a board of or commission of 9 people with only 6 applicants that we can really make, I think, effective decisions up here. This is my recommendation, and I would love to hear from the rest of the board. After that, I would like to make a motion to table this discussion 2 weeks. And I will admit my own failing in this. We've had a lot of appointments recently. We've reached out to a lot of people. Maybe they got a little overwhelmed by it. Now that this can be the focus, I know there were other people who were interested in serving on this, and for one reason or another, the application hasn't come in yet. And I'm very confident that if we all work together for the next week or 2 weeks to reach out to that, rededicate ourselves to it, that we can find, I think, a selection of candidates that then the board can make a meaningful decision instead of just filling seats, because I don't think that's necessarily a good way to go about this.
With all due respect, Supervisor Brandon, I can provide some background and information on this. So actually for development projects like our historic use permits, when they go to the HPRC for a review and recommendation, the ordinance code actually only allows them to go one time. So those development projects don't go multiple times. And when I started here 4 years ago and started attending HPRC meetings, there was I'll just say a perception that items went many times to the HPRC. And so I went back and did an audit of the HPRC for like the last 4 or 5 years. And the only item that had been reoccurring going to the HPRC over that time frame was the redesign of the flagpole in the courthouse park. And so that sort of helped shine some light on maybe a misconception of the commission itself, and that that there may be a perception that they are a no group, but after attending them for a number of years, these individuals are very passionate about cultural resources in Tuolumne County, and the meetings are very long. Can tell you the meetings are very long, and it's because they put a lot of thought into how the design could be altered or could be changed, considering the needs of the property owners, not just from a design standpoint, from an economic standpoint, as well as meeting these critical and important needs of maintaining the cultural heritage in our county. So they are only allowed to hear items one time. And even if you do, this in addition, this item has been tabled for the last 3 years. It's been brought to the Board of Supervisors. This is probably the 4th time I've put this item on the agenda, and every time it's been brought to the agenda, it's either been discussed that there weren't enough applicants, or the board wasn't able to reach out like you've expressed. And there's a number of individuals who have been out of, I guess, official appointment for a long time, and that they still continue and want to serve the county. So I just wanted to add that in there for your consideration.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
So yeah, a couple of things. Thanks for bringing this up and getting it before the board. Glad to see it here. And addressing Supervisor Brandon's, comments, I don't think we need to postpone. I mean, we've got 2 new members on here. I know one of them personally, B.C. Smith. I don't know the other new person, and 2 old members went off, so that's going to leave, less of the existing. And there's 3 openings. So find some people that are qualified and bring them in. Let's fill this board up. This committee up would be my vote. I think we've got. We shouldn't delay this. If we need to do another session and add some more shortly, we can do so. There's nothing to stop us from doing that.
And Supervisor Goldenberg, we did have a meeting scheduled yesterday, but we were unable to establish a quorum based on the 2 people who've dropped. So the meeting yesterday had to be canceled because we weren't able to establish a quorum. So we do have an item waiting for a quorum.
All the more reason to get the committee going. Thank you.
Other comments?
Yeah, I just want to add another piece of perspective, and I think it might have been before you came back, Quincy. I remember a time when I was on staff and there was talk about adding a elevator to the courthouse.
Yeah, familiar with
and there was a lot of obstruction from this historical preservation group on that. And in fact, so much so that it just never happened. And
I sat through many meetings on flagpoles, so I'm familiar with the passion as to which they discuss and debate the cultural resources in the county. I'm familiar with the passion.
Right. And so I just want to make a statement right here that function is just as important sometimes as history. And sometimes it seems like with this group that thought is discarded. So I want to make sure that whoever we do put on this committee are people that are, weigh things. And it also seems to me, and maybe this is just my own jointed point of view, but sometimes it seems like the committee picks and chooses what point of history they want to emphasize. And that's very subjective. So, and I don't know where I'm going with that. It's just, I would like to see a little bit more consistency and allowing for other, like functionality, allowing for functionality that is necessary. I mean, that elevator was necessary for the people that are impaired and could not get up the stairs. So there has to be some kind of common sense placed with this group where there's that kind of understanding. I don't know how we get there. I'd be relying on you to help with that. I think there are some people that are wanting to come back on this committee that may still have that kind of mindset, and I'm worried about it. And that's what I'll say.
And then I'll just say, maybe we could record this and send it to the committee so they can hear our concerns. But I'm relying on you, Quincy. If there's people in there, and you got to communicate that with us, and then we'll look for new people. That's just the bottom line. If we're wasting everybody's time, like Jaren said, like Supervisor have said, we understand history. We live it here. But if we need an elevator to meet ADA compliance or something, we got to do that too. So communicate with me, communicate with us. Maybe we should play this for the committee so they can hear our concerns, or maybe we should write a letter. Maybe we should consider writing a letter. Maybe we'll do that in the future. But I'm okay with moving forward. I don't like the fact that people are planning on having meetings and they can't because we can't hold a quorum. I think we need to get who's on there. But I think what I would like to see our board do is write maybe a short memo to the committee and let them know where we're coming from. I understand people who are on there are individuals and they have their backgrounds and their ideas, but they're just, like you said, there's some common sense in some of these discussions needs to prevail. So.
Yeah, I'll just dive in real quick. I've worked with a number of people. I think I've attended one Historic Preservation Review Committee meeting, and I've seen how they operate, and I haven't observed some of the things that you've described. I think that, it is a deliberative body, and and maybe you may not agree with the decisions or the process if you've seen it. I don't know if you have or not, but that is still the process, and we should have a Historic Preservation Review Committee, and we should have passionate members. And I just worry that I don't want to discourage people from joining this. I think the path that we're taking is the right one, that we are adding members. And Quincy, you jumped out and said it, and I was kind of thinking this has been before the board a number of times over the past several years. In fact, even this board, we've tabled this. It was on the agenda last month, and we tabled it to allow more time for people to apply. So, and there are different qualifications that folks have. This comes down from the state, correct? That they have to have, or from the board itself.
And it's correct. So the HPRC is linked to some other entities at the state of California, Office of Park and Recreation, and they have a certified local government program that it's called Certified Local Program, but it's about historic preservation. Just call it a historic preservation program. I don't know why we don't do that, but it's called the CLG, and this is our local arm of that CLG.
Yeah. And you mentioned the flagpole thing. There's a flagpole now. I can't think of, is there a specific incident? I'm not thinking, because there were other issues with the elevator, but apart from just what the HPRC had lodged, correct? Because it was a cost issue, and I mean, that it wasn't just like they carte blanche. I don't know that I would agree with that. I don't think they probably helped, but I don't think they killed it. And so I just feel like we're painting with kind of a broad brush on these, and I just kind of wanted to say that I think that the membership that we've had in the past has done really a service to the county in a lot of ways, and I may not even always agree with the decisions that they come to, but with any of these commissions, we want people to volunteer, and as we've seen, this is a perfect example. It's hard to get people to volunteer for Historic Preservation Review Committee, and so if there are people that want to step up and do it, even if I don't 100% agree with them, if they have passion and they truly care about historic preservation, I'm totally okay with them having a say. And I think Supervisor Goldenberg said, there are still vacancies on the Historic Preservation Review Committee. So if you want to get on the phone and call people that you think might be good additions to it, that's incumbent to us as supervisors to do that, or for the community to, or for the Historic Preservation Committee itself to do that. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, one thing I didn't say that, I feel is deserving is that, I'm pretty well traveled. Been to a lot of areas that are, have a lot of age, a lot older than here in cases. And I've seen a lot of blending of old with new and tastefully done. It looks really good and people really appreciate it. And it's a draw for people to communities when they see that. So I think that type of thought needs to, be out there when they're reviewing projects. Thanks.
So in thinking about filling those seats, the requirements for what kind of backgrounds the members should have, is that in the ordinance code? And if so, what's the ordinance code number?
It's in chapter 2.38. And I don't have the letter, but it can be any combination of interest, competence, or knowledge in historic preservation. And you can see through our new applications, one, has a lot of experience at our library and, and working through the history of our community in that area.
Another, they have to take a test or something, right?
There's no test that they have to take.
I thought they had to do something, get certified.
They have to do we do an annual training with them.
Yeah.
I believe the minimum qualification is interest, correct? Under how it's written when I was reviewing it before.
Correct.
You haven't been able to read the ordinance.
Okay, I just wanted to have that because I'm going to start reaching out on social media in whatever way I can to fill those seats.
Sure. It's 328020.
One thing I wanted to clarify too, because I think Supervisor Brandon asked, what is the quorum? There's 9 members, and so it needs to be, majority of that. So I just wanted to clarify because I don't know if that was clarified earlier.
If I may on that, I think the answer we had before was it was of the currently appointed members. So it is out of total membership.
That is how I'm reading the ordinance code.
Okay. Chairman Campbell, if I may revisit my earlier mention that I would be motioning.
I'm sorry?
At the beginning, I mentioned that I wanted to hear from all of you about this and that I would like to motion to table this for 2 weeks. As mentioned, that's why I started with quorum. If anybody on this committee is rejected, the committee will not have quorum, correct? Which means it will not be able to function.
So we have a motion to table from Supervisor Brandon. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Brandon to table, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, those opposed, sorry.
No. Aye.
Okay. Those opposed? No.
No.
So then I would make a counteroffer to.
Hold on just one second. So motion fails. 2 yes votes, 2 no votes, and the no votes are Supervisors Kirk, Campbell, and Half. Okay, so with that, I'll entertain another motion.
So then I'll make a motion to appoint and reappoint the commission members of the Historic Preservation Review Committee as submitted by staff.
We have a motion by Supervisor Kirk. Do you have a second?
I'll second it.
Motion by Kirk, second by Supervisor Half. All those in favor, please say aye.
Chairman Campbell, may we have discussion on the motion?
Excuse me, we're taking a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed?
No.
Okay, so motion passes 4-0 with Supervisor Brandon voting no. Okay.
Point of order, Sarah. Are we allowed to have discussion on motions?
Yes.
Okay, so shall we go back? Okay.
Sure.
So what discussion?
Great. Thank you, Chairman Campbell. I just wanted to explain my vote on this. I think unless we're able to table this, which we've already done a vote on for 2 weeks, for me, and I absolutely will be going back for those remaining 3 seats, but I do not feel comfortable with what I've heard from many members in the community, and it's not just not liking a single project or vindictive, but really I think what the will of my district is.
They are
not
vindictive
able to,
or they're not?
Excuse me?
They are vindictive?
No, I'm saying that this is not a vindictive thing related to any particular project. I may have mentioned one as an example, but comes from probably 50 conversations about this over 2 years in my district. Thank you for clarifying. I will not be able to vote yes on, I think, any of the returning board members for that reason. What I wanted to recommend as a proposal to Supervisor Kirk, we do have 2 members there. If we were to split the new members and the old members, that potentially would change it for me a little bit, but otherwise I'll be forced to vote no, which I believe I already did. Thank you.
I don't split the new. What do you mean split the new members?
Yeah, I don't get that either.
Yeah. So as I understand, you made a motion which was seconded to approve all of the candidates. My recommendation was splitting that motion to be able to consider the new applicants to the committee separate from the returning applicants to the committee.
So then I would need a new motion. It sounds like for that.
Okay.
So what I would recommend is if you have people in your district who are so passionate about this, the time to do it would be today. We all have a lot going on. If people want to get involved with this committee, and I'm agreeing with you in what we're saying about what takes place. I just I'm a process type person, and the process has come. It's moving forward. Board. If we have those people, today was the day. Now we still have vacancies, so I would recommend. Now, unfortunately, I've tried to fill these vacancies before. It's very hard. So if you can get somebody,
no, I'm in the same boat.
Have it brought back to the board because it's very hard for this specific committee for
From my own district, I know firsthand exactly that experience. And I look at this as we all probably could have done better or tried harder on it because at the end of the day, we didn't get enough candidates. And I certainly could have put more effort into it and planned to over the next 2 weeks. So I definitely hear your concerns.
I think if you want to do that, you should make a motion, but we voted on those 2. I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but
so
I'd say let's see if you can get 2 people to fill those vacancies in a few weeks, and best of luck to you. 3, whatever it is.
So, County Council, could you clarify, does the previous motion stand, or would we need to do that again?
I think your previous motion stands.
Okay. Now, I believe I did ask for public comment. Is there public comment? Okay. Okay, so then that is concluded. And I just wanted to kind of clarify a little bit what kind of my thought process on this. So I'm only hearing one supervisor that has ideas outside of what has been established in the board documents and what the public would have had access to prior to the meeting. And so it's I understand that you have these specific changes that you'd like to introduce, but if no other board member, if you're not getting votes from the majority of the board, I have to keep moving the meeting along. And so I truly don't want you to feel that I'm stepping over your ideas or that they're not welcome. But we have so many more things to discuss today. And I have 3 supervisors that agree on this item. And so once that's there, it's a numbers game. And so if 3 supervisors agree, by the bylaws of our board, that means that we have agreement on that item. And so once we have that, I have to move forward. So I'm not trying to discourage your discussion or your ideas, but I hope you will have some consideration for my role in trying to manage the meeting in a way that allows us to conduct the business of the people, if that makes sense to you.
Thank you for explaining that, and I do understand how voting works on the board. I do appreciate the role that you have. I want to make sure, however, that we're following the process that allows myself as a board member to be able to have a discussion on a motion. And I hope you don't view that as anything that's hostile, except to ensure that we have a full discussion on every single one of these things, and don't assume that we're just not going to talk about it.
All right. So that was item 16. let's move on to item 17. I'll see if the clerk can read that item for us.
Consideration of approving the appointment of Catherine Santa Maria as the Tuolumne County Planning Commissioner representative to the Agricultural Advisory Committee for a term set to expire on January 31, 2022.
Okay. Hello, Quincy.
Good afternoon, Quincy Yaley. So the Agricultural Advisory Committee is actually overseen by our Ag Commissioner, but the Community Development Department works very closely with this committee because they provide review of specific development projects that may impact agricultural lands. The general plan, the Tuolumne County General Plan, directs our staff on what kinds of projects go before this Agricultural Advisory Committee for consideration. They were formed by the board, though, to review applications to create, disestablish, or alter Williamson Act contracts or agricultural preserves, including discretionary entitlements and agricultural land conversions that are subject to the general plan agricultural resource element. It's a committee that has 5 members with 4-year terms, with the exception of the planning commissioner term, which is 1 year. And typically what then happens is the planning commission nominates an individual who would like to serve on that board, and then I bring that to you for your review and approval. And so therefore today I'm here with Catherine Santa Maria. She's one of our new planning commissioners. We're very excited to have her on board, who the planning commission has nominated to serve on the Ag Advisory Committee, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. All right, questions?
I just have a comment.
Yeah, Supervisor Half.
So as Quincy just explained, she is a new member of the Planning Commission. She and her husband Larry own a small vineyard, and she lives in District 4 over in the Groveland area, and she's very excited to be on this committee. And I don't know if there are any other questions, but I'm ready to make a motion on it.
Okay, other questions? All right, I'm going to look, see if, is there any public comment? Now, do we have Catherine on the phone, did you say, or?
I did not.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood then. All right, so I'll look for a motion.
So I would like to move to approve the appointment of Catherine Santa Maria as the Tuolumne County Planning Commissioner representative to the Agricultural Advisory Committee for a term of 1 year.
Second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Half, second by Supervisor Goldenberg. All for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passes 5-0. All right. Will you please read the next item?
Consideration of adopting the 2021 Board of Supervisors Housing Policy Committee Work Plan.
Good afternoon, Quincy
Good afternoon.
Yaley, Community Development Department. We are here to review the Board of Supervisors Housing Policy Committee Work Plan. This was generated in the Housing Policy Committee and is now here before your board for review and approval. A couple other items I just wanted to make note of is typically this work plan is presented by our housing program coordinator, who for the last 9 years was Sheila Shanahan, and she did an amazing job, and I miss her immensely. Since her retirement, we've redistributed some of her programs throughout our staff members, and some of that workload has come onto my plate. And so typically this would be presented by our housing programs manager. At the current time, we don't have one of those, so it's here before you today by myself. The other thing I wanted to add is just in looking at these the programs that are in the front of the Housing Policy Review Committee. A year or two ago when we went through the budget process and we looked at mandated versus non-mandated programs that the county offers, the majority of the work that's in this work plan is non-mandated work. Some of it's supported by grants, some of it's supported by the general fund, but I think it's important just to recognize that these are programs that the county has kept on board because of the good that they do in the community, but that they are not mandated for us to provide. And it just in terms of workload and staff time is we're always trying to balance those mandated items that we have to perform versus these really good programs that we want to perform. So I bring this before you today. It also includes the addition after our ADU ordinance regarding housing types that we hope to get to this year, and includes work on grants that we do, as well as some of the affordable housing projects that we are working on as staff right now. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer this, and thank you for your consideration.
Okay, questions?
I'm not familiar with one of these, the Peaceful Valley site. It says the Housing Authority purchased a 3.3 acre Caltrans property, and I don't know if it's on the part of Peaceful Valley Road that's in District 4, but I'm not familiar with this at all. Can you give us a little?
Sure.
And where they are with it?
Sure. So Caltrans went through a process here locally where they had excess lands, and prior to selling them to private individuals, they offer them to local entities. And so through that process, the Stanislaus County Housing Authority purchased 3.3 acres. It's at the end of the cul-de-sac, just across from the current location of I think it's the Cowboy Church. I might not be getting the institution correct there, but it's towards the end of the cul-de-sac. 3.3 acres. There's some structures on it that are vacant right now, and so we're in early planning phases of this project, looking at funding sources and what type of development would be appropriate to go on the site. So it's very early, but we are working. I think we had a meeting last month with them.
So no vision for it yet.
No,
Okay.
I don't have any unit counts or heights or improvements or anything like that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Questions?
Hi, Quincy. From the switch tabs, our discussion on the Housing Policy Review Committee, there were two specific things that I think we discussed, and then the third I see is also kind of in here, which I appreciate. One of them, I believe, is under the Housing Title 17 Ordinance Code, an evaluation of commercial properties being used for mixed-use land use. This is something that certainly is very important to me, and I'm happy to see that in there and the language. The second one was an evaluation of what types of housing projects should be ministerial or discretionary. It's only potentially a minor change. I know we didn't have language in the committee, and that came afterwards. But when it says housing projects, I think the spirit of what we were saying in the committee was looking at, related to housing, permits that needed to be ministerial or discretionary, but not necessarily a large housing project. Looking at potentially, renovations to existing houses, wells, all kinds of different ones. And those may be ministerial already. Part of that, I think, was to help better educate me on which ones we actually have some type of discretionary say in. I don't know if that would be an agreeable change to make so that it's not housing projects, but permits related to housing.
I put the word housing in there to be really clear about the purview of the Housing Policy Committee, which is related to housing and not commercial or other types of recreational or types of developments related to ministerial or discretionary permits. The board can make any recommended and approved changes that they'd like to make.
Yeah, and I think housing is the right word. Only projects, whether it should be permits related to housing or only for housing projects, which to me infers new building, which is part of it, but maybe not the whole thing. That's my only recommendation. I serve on the committee with Chairman Campbell. What do you think?
No, I can understand your concerns. I don't know what language change we could make housing projects large and small, or something to address that it's not necessarily a big project. I don't know.
I'm fine, but with that change of verbiage, is it set something in motion that I'm not aware of, other than a word change? Does it set more?
No, I mean, when a project is a permit, is a project. It's tomato to me, so you can call it whatever you want.
Okay. It may just be my not understanding how project is used inside of the office.
And I'm just making sure changing the word doesn't infer or change a process down the road.
No, I think that the goals of
changed?
the Housing Policy Committee are pretty clear. It's related to policies regarding housing, and you know, that the chair of that committee and that committee set the discussion, and the width and the breadth of that are managed by the chair. So you know, I don't unforeseen circumstances.
Thank you.
There's always unforeseen
You're fine. I
circumstances.
just want to make sure it's just a name
Sure.
change and not something that came with it. Unintended consequences. So unless you guys have any questions, I'll make a motion. Or sorry, Chair.
Oh, no, go dive right in. Well, actually, before you do, you're right. I'll ask to see if there's any public comment. Okay, no public comment.
Yeah, I just lost my spot. Pushed the wrong button. What item? What number was that?
So that was
18. Sorry,
item
thank
18.
you. So consideration of adopting 21 Board of Supervisors Housing Policy Committee Work Plan with that word change, which you'll adopt. And that's it.
Second that.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Haff. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passes 5-0.
Thanks, Quincy.
All right, good job. Thank you. All right. It's a big one.
Consideration of awarding an agreement to Robert E. Boyer Construction Incorporated for construction of the community resilience centers in the communities of Groveland and Tuolumne in the amount of $16,731,476.
Okay. All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. Underneath this mask is the biggest smile probably I've ever had on my face. So today before you for your consideration is awarding a contract to Robert E. Boyer Construction for the building of the 2 community resiliency centers. We started on this road a long time ago, back in 2015, and it's nice to be here before you today with this item. As your board is aware, the county received both from NDRC and from Neighborhood Stabilization Grant a little over $24 million for the design and construction of these 2 facilities. Since the time of the award, county staff has been working diligently on meeting with the community, asking them, I mean, this is what's so unique about this project. We asked them, the county did not design these 2 buildings, the community designed these 2 buildings. We then went and did a programming document with Lionocus and acquired the property, did the environmental review, and worked with Lionocus again then on the design of the facility, and finally we're able to then get everything put together, the design and specs, and get them approved. So for this project, your board did something unique that we haven't done before, and we did pre-qualification of contractors. So that package for pre-qualification went out in early October and came back in November 30th. In that package, we received pre-qualifications from 9 contractors, and after doing extensive review and interviews, we pre-qualified all 9 of those contractors. And so those 9 contractors were then qualified to bid on this project. And so on January 19th, your board then approved the plan and specs and authorized staff to go out to bid. Upon close of the bid on March 3rd, the county received the following bids. C-Tape Bratton & Sons from Escalon, F&H Construction from Lodi, Robert Boyer Construction, Inc. from Sonora, W.E. Lyons Construction from Walnut Creek, and Harris Builders from Hillmar. And on your board memo, I have listed the prices and as far as the bids that we received. And one of the great things that as the owner you like to see is all the bids were really tight and they were really good. It means that we had a really good set of plans and it was easy for the contractors to review and make bids off of. Each bid was then reviewed by county council, myself, Roebling Construction Management, and Cox Consulting for conformancy and bid compliance. After this review, it was determined that Robert Boyer Construction was the apparent low bidder. So that's exciting to hear. It's also exciting because Robert Boyer has done projects for the county before. We've had a great relationship with him, and he's local. I mean, we couldn't ask for anything better. A lot of his subcontractors that he has picked up for this job are also local. So as a county, I know we always try to ensure that when we do get grant funds, that they do revolve within the county. And so this is incredible. As your board might remember, what was included in the board specs, because we wanted to make sure that the bids we got were at or underneath the engineer's estimate. And so we had 9 bid alternatives. And those alternatives range from audiovisual equipment, radio towers, outdoor restroom, and a walking path in Groveland. And so right now, what my recommendation to your board is, we still have some outstanding costs that need to come in. I'm still waiting for PG&E and some other connection fees to come in. Right now, what I am recommending to your board is that we just award the base bid and none of the alternatives at this point in time. Staff will work to see if we can't get some of those bid alternates back in. My first priority, of course, is the AV equipment for both facilities. It is anticipated that construction will commence if your board approves this agreement before you today, and will probably take about 14 months to complete. As a reminder to your board, if you're going to award this project, you are required, and that's what Chris just handed out to you. You are required to award the bid to Robert Boyer, as he is the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, great job. Any questions? Well, I think I'll start with Supervisor Goldenberg.
Thanks, Mo, for all the work you put in on this, and I know it's been a long road to get here, and but we're here now, so that's wonderful. I agree entirely with your thought about the AV equipment. You know, that's the one item that I looked at on the extra ones that could potentially have some difficulties because inside construction could play into that. So the sooner we can figure that one out, the better. And if we award this bid, when do we break ground?
Yeah.
No, that was really a question.
When will what?
When would we break ground?
The end of April.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
It's so what transpires after this?
And you mean this April?
Yeah, like in 2 or 3 weeks?
Yeah.
So the reason I don't have a specific date, Supervisor Goldenberg, is because what transpires after this is the contract gets signed by your board chair, hopefully, and then that information then gets relayed to the contractor. The contractor then goes back to his bonding agency. They can gathers all his insurance, all his bond information, gets that to us. Then County Council and I will sit down, review it, make sure it's what we need and what's happening and everything. And then, and only then, will we issue a notice to proceed. And after we issue that notice to proceed, they have 10 days to get on site. We have been told that they're going to start on both sites simultaneously. And the greatest thing, again, this is wonderful for locals, Lee Moyle Excavation is going to be doing all the groundwork for both sites, and they're ready to go. They wish they could start yesterday. So I will, as soon as I know, when I get the bonds, I'll let your board know when the actual date is.
Supervisor Kirk?
This is all really good news. I'm glad we're not waiting for PG&E or some of the other things that have to happen. We need to move, and I'm glad that's the choice you're making to move forward with this. And looking at the list, I don't think you could have picked a better contractor than Robert Boyer. And I'm glad he was the lowest, and I know he's responsible, but the lowest bidder. Yeah. I'm very excited for both Tuolumne and for Groveland. Thank you.
That's great. Robert Boyer he and I did our first projects together, and that was the Groveland Ambulance Station up in Groveland. So he's very familiar with that area.
It's still in pretty good shape, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's good.
Still standing. That's a good thing.
All right. Supervisor Brendan.
Great job, Mo.
Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. I know for you more than any of us in this room, but I'm glad that we're here. I'm glad that Boyer was the lowest bid because he's local. Like everything you said, he's local. And looking forward to getting started on this. So unless anybody else has something to say, I will make a motion.
I wanted to say something.
Oh, you do? I thought you already did.
Yeah.
Okay, buddy.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, on the technical aspects of it, looking at the bids, I've looked at a lot of bids for a lot of different things over a long period of time, and having them come within, you know, to $1 million about that means that we're right on the money, and that, you know, that this is a fair bid, that's what it would cost to actually build this, that it's not some fanciful number. And the fact that we're working with somebody that we have experience with, who's in the community, who we can get to if we have a problem, and call and knock on the door, say, hey, you know, that means so much. And we know they're good at their work, and they're going to be really responsible to the community. So just on this particular item, great job. But in a broader sense, you know, this is a pretty significant milestone. And I wanted to really thank you, Mo, for all of the work that you've put into this over years. It feels like it's been longer than it actually is, I think, just because it's been so much
2015.
work.
That's a long time.
Can I just make one note?
I'm just,
Oh, you're not
finished
done.
it. I was going to say, and then, but it wasn't just Mo, it was other staff in admin that has helped you. The people we've contracted with, and then also HCD, which have, you know, worked with us. And I mean, you probably have them on speed dial.
I do. And I thank HCD because when we got to a crossroads, although sometimes their paperwork can be fun, we'll leave it at that. I applaud them because we came to a crossroads because it was very much the grant funding did not fund 2 centers. And it was very hard we did our due diligence, and we proved to them why the need for these 2 communities to have these centers and how important it was and how transforming these centers are going to be for those 2 communities. And I applaud them because they reached into another granting source that they had and gave us an additional $5 million to be able to make this happen. Yeah. So that was very, very nice of them.
Yeah, and worth the extra time. Okay, Supervisor Kirk, you go ahead and have the last word.
Just going to say, if I wasn't in politics and I heard that a local construction company got the bid, I'd say, well, that sounds fishy. It's important to remind the public, for anybody listening, this is a competitive process. We don't call Boyer and say, hey, guess what? If you bid $1 million less or $100,000 less, you're going to get the bid. It's completely, it's a process that everybody has to go through, and the lowest bidder gets it. So I think it's important for the community to know we're excited because it just so happens that Boyer got it, but he had to go through the process that everybody else did, and he ended up being the lowest bid. So it's not backdoor dealing with local. We give tons of our bids away to people outside the county all the time because they're the lowest bidder. It just so happens that he was very thorough and crunched the numbers and got the bid. So I just want to make sure anybody listening, if there's anybody cares, it's transparency it's a big deal, and I know that we would never do something to undermine that. So thank you.
And that's one thing, Supervisor Kirk, we do have a, preference sometimes, and we can give preferences or a discount to local vendors when it comes to construction. Right on. It's straight out who's the lowest responsible bidder.
Yep. All right. Is there any public comment? All right. I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Since the bad boys in my district and yours too, I'll make a motion to award an agreement to Robert E. Boyer Construction Incorporated for the construction of the community resilience centers in the communities of Groveland and Tuolumne in the amount of $16,731,476, who is the lowest responsible bidder for construction.
And I'm very grateful and happy to second that motion.
All right.
All right. We have a motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Half. Call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? All right. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Go get to work. Man, next time we want to be out there and digging in with shovels and opening the doors and letting everybody in. All right, so now we're on to item 20.
Consideration of approving a letter in support of Broadband for All funding plan and authorizing the chair to sign.
Okay, do you want to take a lead on this, Supervisor
Yes,
Half?
yes, I would.
Since you are the,
You
got your name on this, so.
Yeah, it does have my name on it. You may have noticed earlier in the consent calendar, there was a letter being sent, and I don't have but it's similar, but it's not the same. For AB 14, it was on the consent calendar, and that's for broadband too. We've got lots of opportunities for broadband and broadband funding coming our way. The board knows that I'm working on a committee with CSAC, the California State Association of Counties, to do all we can to further the broadband cause. And this is a newly created group, just created this year. So some of the board went and this committee went and talked to the governor directly about this idea that they have, and they formed it from various sources, but there's all sorts of groups that are supporting this, letters like this. I wrote this particular letter, but I wanted to mention all the groups that are working with CSAC Broadband Committee. They are California Forward, California Hospital Association, California School Boards Association, California Association of School Business Officials, Small School District Association, CSAC, of course, RCRC, and the Urban Counties Caucus. All of those groups are supporting this big ask to the governor. And the big ask is $8 billion, which breaks down to $6.8 billion for infrastructure all over California and $1.2 billion for programs that will provide training and devices for those who are currently without this capability. Meaning, tablets and the training so they know how to use the tablets or the computers or what have you to get on the internet. And this isn't for the same old, same old. You may be aware that our California Advanced Services Fund has a standard of six down and 1 up speed for the internet. This is abysmal. Even the federal standard is 25 and 3. Okay, this particular big ask, besides asking for $8 billion, is looking to make the new standard 100 down and 10 up. And I've already had one call from a provider, a big provider, who has provided in our county before, that wants to partner with us if this passes. This is very exciting. So I won't read the letter, but it kind of goes into explaining where we are in Tuolumne County. And I would like to conclude with a quote that I found that really applies to Tuolumne County and broadband, and that is, "The future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed." And that's by William Gibson. So on behalf of the entire board, let's change that paradigm for California and Tuolumne County. And this letter would be from the board that the chairman would sign.
That's great. Other comments, or Supervisor Brandon?
Supervisor, thank you for this. When I look at internet, I mean, I think it may be a stereotype. I think the youngest member on the board here, but I see it, I mean, regardless of age group, regardless of profession. Everybody is using it for emergency notifications, business. They're using it to keep in touch with family. And during COVID, it's become more relevant than ever, seeing just how tied we are into this. I think there's three things that we have to try and protect, and that's equitable access so everybody can be able to connect. Next is competition and choice for people. And the last, for me, and you said it beautifully, it's not planning for the internet, the standards of today, it's planning for the internet standards of tomorrow, which are going to be more demanding. And we don't want to be constantly playing this leapfrog game where we're being left behind even as we improve. And so 100 down, 10 up, fantastic, and thank you for this. And I certainly hope it passes. It will be a great thing for Tuolumne County.
And Supervisor Haff, I agree entirely with what Supervisor Brandon just said. This is huge in so many ways, but, one of the things, and it's been a struggle, for us is attracting businesses, attracting, not just the business, but their employees. And the internet is a single thing that, comes back time and time again. So thank you for all your efforts on this. And yeah, hopefully this will do some good.
Just thank you for doing it. I'm not an expert in the internet world, but I know I'm passionate about just the realities that we face if we don't have broadband, if we don't have this connectivity. It affects every aspect of life. And so anything we can do to support that, I'm glad that we have your expertise. I'm glad that you're meeting with people like Curtis you met the other day. Anything we can do to support the message, 100% behind it. So thank you for spending the time to do this.
Yeah, and I really am grateful for the work that you've done on this, and we've had so many conversations about it. And I just looking at history and how, you look at the Electrify Rural Areas Plan, and you look at the interstate highway system. Rural areas do not get access to modern technology or modern resources unless you have somebody out there really fighting for it, because it's easy to forget. And here we are, California, the most technologically advanced region, and not just the United States, in the whole world. And we are still struggling with this. And so we need to let people know. And we need to have that louder voice and get together with other rural communities. So I think you have pretty strong agreement here. Any public comment? Okay. All right. Would you like to make a motion?
So I make a motion that the board approve and support this Broadband for All funding plan letter that will go to Governor Newsom and the people that are copied on the end of the letter.
I give it a hearty second.
Okay, we have a motion and a hearty second. Call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And 5 hearty ayes to go with that. Motion passes unanimously. And thank you very much. Okay, so let's go ahead and go into reports, and then we'll go into closed session. We have 4 closed session items, so if we can do reports, then we can end the public portion of the meeting. So go ahead and start with our CAO. Nothing to report. Okay. County Council. Okay. Board Clerk. All right. I can't remember where I started, so I'll go ahead and start with Supervisor Brandon.
There we go. Going through the calendar here. We've been having some great meetings related to potentially bringing on an intern program for the county. It's still something in discussion, but I think a really great way to involve Tuolumne County young people in government, hopefully get them back to be employed later on, but to expand access. So I'm really excited about that. I've been having a few meetings related to recreation trails, bike trails in the county. This is especially relevant right now. As you may be aware, somebody fell off of Table Mountain. just a little whiles back. They did survive, but as the story through Grapevine goes, it was limited access because of the parking situation on Shell Road. Shell Road is off of Rawhide. It's a place that we, through I think I believe through the Visitors Bureau, and don't quote me on it, but also a lot of our different adventure agencies. It's a great spot to go hike and rappel and rock climb, and yet the parking situation falls on the residents of that road. It can be very dangerous. It's one way in, one way out. It's oftentimes gated. And it presented a challenge for the ambulance to be able to reach the people. So we're currently in talks with a couple of different land trusts, the private property owner, and we're organizing a meeting, as well as representatives from that area, to see if we can do something that's going to improve fire safety, to do something that's going to protect that special recreation spot, and improve the life of that community that, frankly, has really been harmed by this. It's one of those spots that people go put a big rock in so they don't park there because it's unsafe, and they come out the next morning and find the rock's been moved. A tourist brought a crane or whatever they did. And I can only imagine how frustrating that is over years. So that's been a really great thing. I had the opportunity to visit out in the far edge of District 4 there, the Evergreen Lodge and Rush Creek, which just two fantastic facilities. Walk around there, and I think I got a new vacation spot potentially. I think Evergreen was more my style. I really love the backyard out there. And to also, I'm very excited about hearing there was a little discussion on the Lodging Association as well, which I think is fantastic, and having more advocacy groups in the community talking about these issues to us. Huge update is the One Pile at a Time project is going great, and the Lowe's Camp cleanup is officially over. And that was over 250 cubic yards. You've heard me talk about it over and over, but it was a stupendous effort by everybody, or a tremendous effort. They raised a lot of money. They had hundreds of volunteers come out, and that site looks like a campground and a picnic area now, which is just, it's incredible. Shout out to District 10 Caltrans. They might not have mentioned the project, but I do appreciate their work on their side of the fence. That was some pretty deep garbage as well. And please consider joining the Facebook group. If you know of a site on your road, make a recommendation, make a post. They're looking for places to clean up. And try and finish up quickly with this. Had a few meetings related to homelessness, mental health, and just trying to help explain it with some folks, as well as a meeting with Supervisor Amanda Fallendorf of Calaveras District 4. This is before some of our meetings we have together coming up, but trying to do more to reach out to our other county partners and build those relationships. Other than that, I'm enjoying the nice weather. Wasn't it winter a week ago? So it's been nice to get a little sunshine and not have to turn the heater on every night. That's all for me.
All righty, Supervisor Goldenberg.
Okay. Well, all the normal committees and work associated with them, and there's plenty of them, continue to work with the City of Sonora, attend certainly their first City Council meeting of each month, and I give a little report, county report from myself. And I've been working with Dory Beats, our county OES coordinator, on a fire egress mapping project. Sheriff Bill Pooley is solidly involved in this, and his help in getting this going is very much appreciated. My wife and I volunteered at the hospital's clinic again at the Adventist Health at the fairgrounds, the COVID clinic, and see what else. First town hall. I did my first town hall meeting this last month, planning on doing one a month moving forward. My next one is coming up on April 22nd. I believe we'll get an announcement out soon. And I'm solidly involved with getting ready to launch a website. Supervisor Dave Goldenberg website. Not sure the time frame's 30 to 45 days. We should have it out. It'll have a monthly newsletter, calendar, items of interest, links to various areas within the county website. And I'm going to start looking at scheduling probably a 2-hour block every week of time with David that they can access through the website, but it'll be through the county's teams once they get it set up. So just looking to, have my outreach and have people available, and that's what I have. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Supervisor Kirk.
Regular meetings, commissions, visitors bureau, they're hoping that obviously we get more business coming in. They're doing a campaign to attract people to come up here, but also be safe and be clean up your own trash. But they have some really cool billboards that they're putting in Ripon and other places in the valley to get people to come up here and visit, so we can start getting that those monies. I think it's 200 and something million worth of money that comes in this community because of tourism. So multiple meetings, met with CAL FIRE, couple community organizations, government affairs. Let's see, what else do I have? I mean, nothing to report to the board as far as anything pressing, but just regular committees and commissions. So thank you, guys.
All right. So a couple of constituent issues that I wanted to just talk to you about in case you're having those in your districts. I've had a couple of complaints, stray dogs in both Curtis Creek Ranches, which is on this side of the river, and in Pine Mountain Lake, and our resources are not such that, dogs roam very quickly, and even if our animal control is sent out, it's long after the fact, even in Curtis Creek Ranches. So just wanted to put that on the radar. And we've had a request to actually enact a noise ordinance. I don't know, haven't had a chance to talk to Sarah about that yet. I know the county council is pretty much at capacity, but just in case you're having similar problems, I've had this talked about before, but it was always in relationship to Airbnbs and people, crowding into like a 2-bedroom, for example, Airbnb, and it's 20 people and they're partying all night. This one was not the case. It was a regular resident of Groveland and people behind making noise all hours of the night. And the sheriff did come out. Sheriff sent a deputy out, and apparently they were listening to scanners, so they got quiet. Anyway, so hopefully at some point in our tenure here on the board, we can address a noise ordinance. I attended the One Pile at a Time fundraiser on Sunday the 28th at the Posse Grounds. It was a great event. And things I've been involved in, of course, because I just made the presentation, that CSAC broadband big ask of the $8 billion. I sent out the Mock Fire Town Hall meeting and survey report. I finalized that and sent it out. I've got a copy for each of you that I can send to you electronically if you would like. So I'm mentioning it here so I can send it to you. I was involved along with Supervisor Brandon in ATCA's needs assessment process. I think it's a health needs assessment process for the community. It's a 2-step process and we'll be involved one more time, I believe. I wanted to bring to your board's attention that we have somewhat of an issue with Central Sierra Connect Broadband Consortium. It's kind of a non-entity right now, and all of the broadband projects that are coming down the pike, or the possibility of them. And we need to have this consortium reinstituted, and I'm working with ATCA's executive director, Joe Bors, in making this happen, and I've had to get California Advanced Services people and the CPUC involved. I've been meeting again with J59 supervisors, this time with Merced and Stan County on a Zoom call, and we're bringing more people into this discussion. We're going to have, we have formulated a distribution list that we'll be talking to each other on Gmail. And from Tuolumne County, I have included our chair, Darren Grossi and our Public Works Director, Kim McFarland, into the discussion. And they're very fruitful. We're coming up with all sorts of ideas, and we know what we need to do first and second, and it looks like we're going to be able to make that happen. I had a meeting with the Jamestown Golden State Sierra Nevada Biomass Project that's in District 5. Since I'm on the I'm the RCRC rep, they wanted to make sure that I was brought up to speed on that. And I hope to be able to go out on a tour sometime soon to view that. Had a brainstorming session with the Board for Access to Tuolumne, our public television station. And I don't know how many people are listening right now, but so many people don't know we have a TV station here. And the will of the board is to make a more wide-ranging programming and to find funding sources for it and to make it something people really want to tune into. So we're asking for, there's more capacity for board members. So anybody who wants to be on this board from the community, we're looking for those people to volunteer. And I have an application to send out, so they need to contact me for that or Jerry Day. I met with Denise Jervis at the Little House in Groveland, and I will start having office hours there starting in May, always on Mondays from 11 to 1, unless it's a holiday. So that will be my hours for drop-in for the Groveland community, and if anybody wants to make an appointment to come and see me here or possibly over there at another time because they can't make it between 11 and 1 in Groveland, or anybody that lives on this side of the river, they can make an appointment with me in the office here. I just want to make sure that the word gets out that I'll be accepting those appointments or drop-ins starting in May. Had a UC extension orientation with the farm advisor, master gardener, master food preserver, 4-H group leader. It was very informative. And let's see what else. Oh, I had a meeting with the new Lodging Association president, Jeff Michael, via Zoom. And I think that about concludes it.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, very interested in the J59 stuff.
In the what?
J59. Okay, so I'll kind of go through some of the things that I've been working on. So I did attend the Government Affairs Committee with the Chamber of Commerce yesterday, I think that was. Hard to know what day it is anymore. And then I was really happy to be invited to help Austin Souza, who's a resident of Willow Springs. He's working on his Eagle Scout, and he has spent the past 3 months restoring and refurbishing a historic lumber transportation cart that any of you have driven by Willow Springs has seen, this big old rusty, thing with this rotten old logs on it. Well, if you go visit it now, it's right out in front of the Willow Springs Clubhouse. It looks beautiful. It's been restored to its historical grandeur by one of our local teenagers, and I got to come out and help him show it off to the community, and so I was really happy to see that kind of work going on. So Austin Souza did a great job. I participated in one thing I wanted to highlight was the U.S. Forest Service has been doing interviews with key partners, and so myself and Liz Peterson, one of our analysts, were on a call with a representative of the U.S. Forest Service, basically asking us how they could change their operations, who else they could communicate with, what were things that they could do within their operations to improve interaction with counties and key stakeholders. And you talk about a change from how the interaction with the Forest Service has been in years past to now. And I just couldn't believe. I was almost overflowing with well, we can do this, we can do that. You need to talk to these people. I highlighted the roads situation in the U.S. Forest Service land, and many of these things they're aware of because we have communicated them in the past to them, which is why they were keen on speaking to us. So it was a really good discussion. I think we were heard, and I think that, and then one of the things that I really should give credit to Liz for bringing up is that we'd like to see the Forest Service not just communicating with counties in rural areas, but also communicating with those areas, those user areas, the places in the valley, urban areas, suburban areas, where folks will come to natural places in the forest, and they will use the resources of the state of these natural places. And we want them to appreciate the effort on the local communities it takes to keep these places safe from fire, to keep them clean. And that was I think a good takeaway from that meeting is that the Forest Service could do more to communicate to areas that are not in the forest. One thing I'm really happy about is we had our first town hall about the Cedar Ridge Fields Reduction Project, which is it's an area northeast of Big Hill and then southeast of Yankee Hill, encompassing the area adjacent to Cedar Ridge and neighboring areas. And it's going to take down tens of thousands of tons of fire fuels material that are within that area, and going to create a shaded fuel zone where all of the smaller trees, brush, debris, scotch broom, those types of things will be removed and either lop and scatter or completely just removed outright. So that is being done in conjunction with some of the fuels reduction projects that the county is doing in that very same area. And it's addressing two major concerns. One is the fire fuels in public lands. The other is those fuels that are on private lands or county maintained zones. And so it's kind of a bit of a test area where we're integrating those two elements. But I'm really, really excited about it, and I think there are good things to come with that. And then the last thing I was going to mention, I kind of talked about it earlier today, is that we've tentatively set a plan of opening the first meeting in May. However, we're communicating with other counties and our public health officer to make sure that that is indeed the right policy. So it's still a discussion that's going on, but we're very hopeful that that'll happen. And then, of course, we'll move that discussion up if we're upgraded or downgraded into the yellow tier. Okay, and so I think that was all I had. I probably forgot a couple of things, but that's okay. All right, if there's no other discussion, we'll go ahead and go into closed session. I'll have the clerk read those 4 items for us, and then we'll see if there's any public comment on them.
Closed session conference with real property negotiators, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Eric Earhart, Assistant County Administrator, Authority Government Code 54956.8 at 10747 Airport Road, Columbia, California, APN 03232001200 to discuss terms. Negotiating parties, State of California Department of General Services. Closed session conference with labor negotiators, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Eric Earhart, Assistant County Administrator, and Ann Fremd, Human Resources Director. Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units. Closed session conference with real property negotiators, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Eric Earhart, Assistant County Administrator, Authority Government Code 54956.8, 41 Yaney Street, Sonora, California, APN 0011700010000 to discuss pricing and terms. Negotiating parties, State of California, Superior Court of Tuolumne County. Closed session conference with real property negotiators, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Eric Earhart, Assistant County Administrator, Authority Government Code Section 54956.8, Jamestown Mine Property, APN 0582000270000, APN 058200000, APN 058200031, 058200032, and 058200033, etc., 034, 035, and 58560001, 58560002, 58560003, 0508042 to discuss options and terms.
All right, could you repeat all that real quick? Thank you very much for that. Is there any public comment related to closed session items? There is not. I'm sorry? Oh, okay. So no comment. We'll go ahead and adjourn into closed session. Thank you very much. And do we anticipate a report out? Okay, we do not.